Chapter 15 of Banking Under Difficulties by George Ogilvy Preshaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. Chapter 15. In a previous chapter I gave an account of a funeral at Williamston, where a father had to dig his own child's grave. A similar case occurred about this time. One morning R., a friend of mine, was strolling through the first burial ground on Lambing Flat, at the back of the Great Eastern, when he saw an old man digging a grave. He accosted him with, "Good morning. For whom are you digging the grave?" The old man replied, "As my son, a young man about 22 years of age, the stay and prop of me and my wife in our declining years, was coming to the flat with a load of produce. He fell sick and died. We have brought the corpse here for burial, and it is lying under the dray yonder. I could not find anyone to dig the grave, so had to dig it myself." R. told him to leave off, and he would find someone to finish it, at the same time recommending him to notify the circumstance to the commissioner. On his way home, R. called at the Great Eastern, where he related the sad tale. The few persons in the bar at once subscribed a sum sufficient to defray the necessary expenses of the burial. The following incident was related to me by an eyewitness, who at the time held a responsible position at Lambing Flat, and is described in order to give some idea of the extraordinary powers exercised by the police in trying to suppress crime. I give it in his own words. "One morning, Detective Carnes called at my hotel and gave me a pressing invitation to accompany him to Blackguard Gully, to see a bit of fun. I readily assented, took my walking stick as a protector, while the police officer, of course in private clothes, was armed with a small single-barrel pocket pistol. After walking for about an hour and a half, we came upon the dreaded locality, Blackguard Gully, and entered a large shanty, where it was supposed some unfortunates had been stuck up the night before. The shanty was somewhat better than the usual style of sly grog shop, being very comfortably furnished and containing 3 large rooms. As soon as we entered, the landlady uttered an exclamation of horror and surprise at seeing the well-known face of the old detective. The officer was wonderfully cool and collected, commencing his inquiries something like this: "Good day, mother. Where is Jimmy?" Meaning, of course, the landlord whom he was seeking. Tears and protestations of innocence were of no avail. Neither could the detective gain any clue as to whereabouts of Jimmy. However, there were other expedients at hand, so we sallied forth among the diggers, the claims being in close proximity to the shanty. The first person interrogated was the son of Jimmy, but he no sooner said, "I don't know, Mr. Carnes," than off he bolted among the diggers. The arrival of the detective at this place naturally raised the suspicions of the diggers that something was up, and consequently one after another called down the shaft to his mate that Carnes was there. Then, one by one, came up from his claim, and in the course of some 15 or 20 minutes we were surrounded by a goodly number of diggers, most of them decent fellows, anxious to aid the police in discovering the perpetrators, as such crimes were then of very frequent occurrence in the gully. Among the arrivals from below, Jimmy's head at last was seen above ground. The detective hailed him with, "Jimmy, I want you now. Now you might as well tell me where you have put the plant. I'm sorry to have to do it, but I must take you to the flat." Jimmy, however, made the most solemn declaration of his innocence, and his total ignorance of where the plant was secreted. All, however, to no purpose, as he, Jimmy, was at length handed over to the safe custody of about 20 diggers, while Mr. Carnes settled his reckoning with the landlady. Inside the shanty, mother and children were crying and protesting against taking Jimmy to the flat. All to no purpose, for the police officer merely said, "Well, mother, I'm sorry to have to do it, but I can't help it. You'd better pack up what duds you want with the money you have and clear out." Poor things! They soon gathered together the few bits of clothing necessary to clear out with and left the shanty, with the furniture, bedding, grog and fixtures, never to see it again. As soon as the inmates were outside, the police officer struck a match and set fire to the whole concern. Of course, in a few minutes not a vestige of the shanty or its contents was left standing. With the prisoner under the escort of some diggers, we proceeded to the camp at Lambing Flat, where he was safely placed under lock and key, the crime for which he was arrested being laid under the Vagrant Act, as a rogue and vagabond. Next morning I went to the police court at the camp to hear the trial. Jimmy was brought in and had to answer to the charge of being a rogue and vagabond. Detective Carnes gave evidence to the effect that he had known Jimmy for some years as the associate of thieves and vagabonds. The officer called a witness to corroborate this evidence. Jimmy had no witness. The bench considered the case proved and sentenced him to 12 months hard labour in the Goulburn jail. On the evening of the 2nd January 1862, Dr. Temple was stuck up about 8 o'clock near the graveyard by 2 men who took his watch, saddle and bridle, and bound him and left him there. About 12 o'clock, 2 men passed along and heard his cries and released him. A few days after this, 2 men bailed up 20 people at the same place and eased them of everything they had of any value. This was within half a mile of the camp, where there were over 100 soldiers, 74 marines, and 20 policemen. On the 1st of February, Captain Wilkie, who was in command of the troops, fell off his horse in an apoplectic fit and died that night. His wife had only joined him about a fortnight when this melancholy event happened. They were living in a bark hut until their new quarters, which were in course of erection, were finished. Strange to say, he had a presentiment that he would not occupy them, and often said so to his wife. This sudden death cast quite a gloom over the town. The funeral, a military one, took place on the 3rd and was well attended. There being no band connected with the regiment, the circus band volunteered their services. No Church of England clergyman residing in the district, the burial service was read by Lieutenant Morris. Mrs. Wilkie attended the funeral and drove alongside the procession in a carriage. 3 volleys were fired over the grave, which concluded the ceremony. Some short time after, Mrs. Wilkie erected a handsome monument over the grave, and since I left Burrangong has, I believed, erected a memorial church. 5th March. Great excitement in town today, news having been received that Gardner, the bushranger, had stuck up Messrs. Hewitt and Horsington, 2 storekeepers from Wombat, who were bringing in their gold purchases for the week. They took £1,000 worth from Horsington and £700 from Hewitt. McCarthy, agent of the Oriental Bank, went out immediately, both parties being constituents of his, to whom he had advanced the money for the purchase of gold, the loss in this case falling upon the bank. 10th April. Davis, one of Gardner's mates, was captured by Detective Lyons, Inspector Sanderson, and another after a hard fight. He was shot through the thigh and brought in by the coach. I went up to see him. In fact, was present when the wound was probed and the bullet extracted. The fellow never even flinched during the operation, and it struck me he was not any too tenderly handled. Detective Lyons was wounded in the fray. He had the top of one finger shot off. Davis was well taken care of and mended rapidly. A few months after this he was tried at Goulburn, and sentence of death was recorded, but was commuted to imprisonment for life. I was in Goulburn at the time of the trial. When sentence was pronounced, Davis said to the judge, "I would rather be hanged, Your Honour, than imprisoned for life." "No matter what you would rather," replied the judge. "The sentence of the court is that you be imprisoned for life." This was all bravado on the part of Davis, who that very morning said to one of the warders he did not care how long he was imprisoned, if he but escaped with his life. 29th January 1863. After being out the greater part of the night, Captain Batjer, Inspector of Police, succeeded in capturing 2 bushrangers connected with the Bathurst mail robbery. It was currently reported that Gardner was in the town, which turned out to be the case. I had a messenger who was for some time employed as ostler on the road between Burrangong and Forbes, at a place frequently visited by Gardner and his satellites, and who therefore knew him very well by sight. On this evening he came to me and said, "Gardner and one of his mates are at Dealey's Hotel. I thought it was he, so went in to see." He also told me 2 horses were tied up at the door. I wrote a note, which I sent up to Captain Batty, marked immediate, but which, in his absence, was opened by the officer next in command, who, on reading it, ordered out 4 of the foot police. But, instead of going quietly to the hotel, marched into town, making a great fuss, and halting in front of the bank, came to inquire from me as to the whereabouts of Gardner. Having given them full particulars in the note sent to the camp, I was simply disgusted at their want of tact and told them so. They then went down the street some 200 yards away or so from Dealey's, by which time the bush telegraph was at work, and turning sharply round, walked bravely up to the hotel, to find, no doubt much to their satisfaction, that the bird had flown. I may as well explain what I mean by saying the bush telegraph was at work. In the billiard rooms of the bars of the principal hotels of Burrungong might be seen 1 or 2 young men dressed in boots and breeches, velvet-edged coats, etc., neat and spruce-looking, but without any visible means of support. For a long time these fellows were a puzzle to me. They were occasionally seen on horseback, and well mounted too. On inquiry, I found these young gentlemen were working in concert with the bushrangers, and kept them posted up as to the movements of the police, etc. In the case above referred to, no doubt they knew of the police being in town, walked quietly up to the hotel, and gave the alarm. 2nd February 1863. Dickinson, storekeeper of Spring Creek, was stuck up by Gardener Gilbert Hall O'Meally and Pat Daly. About sundown, Dickinson saw 5 horsemen pull up at Dalton's public house, which was immediately opposite his store, one of them in police uniform. It was just closing time, but a customer putting in an appearance, Dickinson went in to attend to him, when 4 men walked in presenting revolvers at Dickinson, his storeman, and the customer. Dickinson treated it as a joke, but on O'Mealy's remarking, "There's no bloody mistake about it," picked up a 5-pound weight, when Hall and O'Meally presented revolvers at his head, ordering him outside, Daly being placed as guard over him. They then demanded the keys of his safe, which were given up. They took £180 in notes, about £5 worth of old coins, 2 or 3 watches, £11 in gold and silver coin, some cabbage tree hats, boots, breeches, etc., in all about £250 worth. 2 or 3 passers-by were bailed up and placed alongside of Dickinson. The bushrangers had some trouble with one man, a trooper in plain clothes, who was returning to the camp after a leave of absence. When called upon to bail up, he rushed his horse at them, striking out right and left. He was soon overpowered, however, and his horse taken from him, and afterwards used by them as a pack-horse. Daly was very nervous and trembled like a leaf. The prisoners, noticing this, rushed him, but Ben Hall, coming to his assistance and saying, "You fellows think there's only 5 of us. There are others within cooey," they coolly submitted to their fate. The bushrangers, having packed up, mounted and galloped away, Dickinson proceeded to the police camp and gave information to the police. Troopers were at once sent in pursuit, but missed them by turning off at the Stony Creek Road instead of going on to Wombat, where the bushrangers had gone to stick up Solomon's store. They found the store closed, and Solomon fired at them. He, however, surrendered, and they helped themselves very liberally. Daly was captured soon afterwards, and sentenced to 15 years' imprisonment. Gilbert, Hall, and O'Meally were all shot, as will be shown in a following chapter. Gardner was sentenced to 32 years' imprisonment, but after serving 10 years was liberated by the New South Wales government. 15th February. At 7 p.m, Kirkle, a storekeeper and publican at Stony Creek, was stuck up and shot. The man Kirkle referred to was a constituent of mine, a really plucky fellow. In getting money for the purchase of gold, I often said to him, "What would you do, Kirkle, if Gardner got hold of you?" "Do?" he said. "I would fight for my life. I would just as soon lose my life as my money." It seemed that a little before dusk 2 men rode up to his store and asked the barman for drinks. While in the act of getting them, one of the men walked round to the back of the counter and presented a revolver at the barman's head, and cleared the till of its contents. At this moment, Kirkle came in at the back door, saw what was up, made an attempt to get into a little room at the back of the counter, where he had his revolver, and on which Mrs. Kirkle was lying in bed seriously ill. He grappled with the man behind the counter, who placed the revolver behind Kirkle's ear, pulled the trigger, and down he fell stone dead. Mrs. Kirkle, hearing the report, jumped out of bed, ran into the bar, where she saw, as she thought, a drunken man on the floor, but whom she soon discovered was her husband, weltering in his own blood. The bushrangers left immediately. Next day an inquest was held on the body. Poor fellow! He was a German by birth, had travelled all over America in the roughest times, and was at last shot dead in his own house in a miserable hole like Stony Creek. The funeral took place on the 17th. The Masons attended in full force, the service being read by Grand Master Booth. A large number of Germans were present with band, flags, etc. The German flag was lowered into the grave, when his countrymen vowed vengeance on his murderers. 18th February, 1863. Meeting held at the Empire Hotel, the object of which was to petition the government to increase the police force in the district. 19th February. A storekeeper named Cullen came into town today, stating that he knew where the murderers of Kirkle were to be found. He succeeded in getting several volunteers, Germans, to go out with him. Mr. Pierce, our worthy PM, was hunting all over the town for horses, revolvers, guns, pistols, etc. The German Legion returned the following evening, bringing with them 3 prisoners. It so happened that none of the men they brought in were wanted. 2nd March. News reached town this evening that an inspector of police had been carried away by the bushrangers. Another sticking-up case today, or I should say, another murder. A miner named McBride was coming into town from the 10 Mile. When about a couple of miles on the road, he saw 2 men on horseback stick up a man a little way in front of him. He walked on till he came within firing distance, and placing himself against a tree, he took out his revolver and commenced to fire away. The bushrangers then turned their attention to the newcomer, whom, without any fuss, they shot through the thigh and then rode off. Some men came along, made a sort of stretcher, and started to carry him to the hospital. The poor fellow died on the road. The 10 Mile, above referred to, so called from being within 10 miles from Burrangong, was visited weekly by the representatives of the different banks, their chief object being the purchase of gold. I often think of the risks we ran, and how strange it was that we were never stuck up. I attribute it to the fact that no one knew when we would be on the road, or which road we would travel, as sometimes we would go one way and sometimes another, now by the main road, another time by the bush. We were always armed, but a man does not know what he will do until he is tried. It's all very well to say, I would do this, I would do that. Circumstances alter cases. In the whole of my travels I was never stuck up, although I have seen the bushrangers and they have been on the lookout for me. Still, I am glad to say I never got into their clutches. Oftentimes, when at meals at the hotel, I've been asked, "When are you going home?" Noticing the bush telegraph close to or opposite me, I would reply, "Tomorrow morning, early." As soon as the meal was over, I would saddle up and away, so not a soul knew when I would be on the road. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Banking Under Difficulties by George Ogilvy Preshaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. Chapter 16. June 1863. One afternoon, a few minutes before 3, our usual closing hour, 2 men, well mounted, rode up to the bank, hung up their horses outside, and both came into the office. Inside the front door was a green baize swing door, which was always closed. One of them walked up to the counter, the other remaining just inside the inner door. My assistant, Mr. Deacon, asked the man at the counter what he could do for him. He seemed confused, fumbled about in his pocket, and at last said, "I want a draft on Forbes for £4, at the same time producing 4 £1 notes. I remarked to Deacon when I saw the men coming up to the bank that I thought they were up to no good. I stationed myself behind the gold scales, which were in a large glass case. This had been placed over them to prevent John Chinaman from manipulating and blowing into them. Revolver in hand, I kept my eyes on the man at the door, and watched him the whole time. The draft written out and signed, away they went. When they had gone, we compared notes, and were both satisfied that they were bushrangers. Next day, about the same time, the 2 men came in again. The same scene was enacted, and what do you think they wanted? They had changed their minds, were not going to Forbes, and wanted the money back for the draft. This was given to them. They took their departure, and we never saw or heard of them again. 29th June. sticking up in all directions. No less than 4 storekeepers bailed up in one day, viz., Messrs. Howard, Murphy, Tom Copeland, and Emmanuel. Monday in Burrungong was the great collecting day with the storekeepers, who used to visit the neighbouring diggings and collect amounts due to them by the small storekeepers, publicans, etc. One day about this date, 4 or 5 of them went together. Johnny Murphy was one of the number, and Emmanuel's representative, a young man named Cohen, another. The last named was the only one of the party who was armed, and was continually telling his companions what he would do if they met the bushrangers. They had visited the 10 Mile and other places, and were returning home by the main road, when suddenly, at the top of a slight rise, there appeared 4 or 5 horsemen. "The bushrangers!" they exclaimed simultaneously. However, on getting nearer to them, Cohen, in great glee, said, "It's the police!" As they drew near them, they saw the police uniform, heard swords clinking, etc., and were just about speaking to them when the foremost of the supposed policemen drew a revolver and ordered the party to bail up. Mr. Cohen now had an opportunity to distinguish himself, but his courage, like Bob Acres, had oozed away. The bushrangers, for such they were, some of Gardner's crew, John O'Mealy and others, ordered the party to dismount and relieve them of all the cash they had in their possession, took away Cohen's revolver, and, not satisfied with that, his poncho and breastpin. He begged them to return both these articles. The first, he said, had cost him 30 shillings, and the last had been given to him by his grandmother. They would not listen to him. His tears and entreaties were unavailing. From Murphy they took a watch, a family relic, one that had been in the family for years. This he tried to get back, but no, not a thing would they return. Meantime the saddles and bridles had been taken off the horses and the beasts let loose. Having possessed themselves of all they possibly could, they remounted their horses, wished their victims "G'day," and away they went. To account for their appearing in police uniform, the police camp at had been stuck up a few days previously, at a time when the police were looking after the bushrangers. On the return of the storekeepers to town, information was given to the police, who did not succeed in capturing the robbers. Poor Cohen got chaffed unmercifully, so much so that for some days he showed out as little as possible. 31st August. Mr. Barnes, storekeeper at Murrumborough, shot dead by O'Mealy the bushranger. It seems O'Mealy had been pretty hotly pursued by the police, who had got possession of his horse and saddle. He soon got another horse, but was at loss for a saddle. Barnes happened to ride by, and he went after him. Barnes put spurs to his horse. O'Mealy followed, firing 4 shots at him, some of which took effect. The poor old man fell a corpse within a short distance of his own house. The following are extracts from the papers of the day. Bushranging in New South Wales. Gardner, the leader of the band, is a native of the Lachlan district, New South Wales. After serving some years at Cockatoo Island for cattle stealing, he received his ticket and established himself as a butcher on Lambing Flat. There he was arrested again for cattle stealing, got 2 parties to bail him out, and leaving him to settle with the authorities, took to the highway. He is a man of dauntless courage, has numerous cuts and scars received in diverse encounters, and is very clever in the art of disguising his personal appearance. His clever capture by Detective McGlone from Victoria, in Queensland, will be remembered by all. He was sentenced to 32 years' imprisonment in the beginning of July 1864. In passing sentence upon him, who, after the jury had delivered their verdict, handed in a letter imploring the mercy of the court. The Chief Justice said, "You have been the acknowledged captain of a band of robbers, carrying terror and rapine through every part of the colony. If you are now repentant, I am infinitely glad you are so, but I cannot see how society can be benefited by that. You have by your lawless outrage brought the community to the last stage of degradation. The idea of New South Wales, entertained in England and the other colonies and elsewhere, is that it is nothing but a den of thieves. Surely you must know that you will have to undergo the punishment due to your crimes. Suppose you were allowed to go. Perhaps you are rich. If not, what a lesson should your past career teach you? If you were liberated or dealt lightly with, what encouragement would this not give to those who are now emulating your example? What an outrage it would be on society! I am told that you have in your robberies abstained from excesses in regard to women. Is this an excuse of bushranging? But you not only rob the rich, but plunder the poor also. I know many rich men, but I know not one that has not become so by the sweat of his brow in honest industry. It is hard for these men to have their long hard earnings taken suddenly from them by a band of robbers, over whom you have been the captain, the leader, the head and front. Many young men owe their present misfortunes to you. That young man Paisley owes his death on the gallows to you, and another who was launched suddenly into eternity not far from this very spot owes his untimely end to you, and I fear others will follow. If justice was to be hoodwinked by professions, there would be no security to property. It would be a reflection on the administration of justice to allow you to go. Look not on the robberies you have committed, but on the 2 constables, Middleton and Hosey. What harm had they done you? You have seen them alive this day, but it is by God's providence rather than your will that they did not die. His Honour, having read the statement prepared by himself, setting forth certain facts in the criminal career of the prisoner, concluded by sentencing him to various periods of imprisonment, the aggregate of which amounted to 32 years. Gardner has since been liberated by the New South Wales government, and is now, I believe, keeping an hotel in some part of America. Gardner had been guilty of 6 mail and highway robberies under arms, of 6 robberies and outrages under arms, in all 12 offences. The gang consisted of Vane, Bow, Fordyce, Paisley, Manns, Lowry, Burke, Dunn, O'Mealy, Ben Hall and Gilbert. Vane, who surrendered through the instrumentality of Father McCarthy, was sentenced to 15 years. He had been guilty of 3 mail robberies and 3 other robberies under arms. Bow and Fordyce were sentenced to death, which was afterwards commuted to 15 years penal servitude. They had each been guilty of 1 mail robbery. Paisley, who had been guilty of 1 murder, 3 mail robberies and 5 robberies under arms, altogether 9, was convicted and executed. Manns was guilty of 1 mail robbery, convicted and executed. Lowry, of 1 mail robbery and 2 robberies under arms, was shot dead at Goulburn by Senior Sergeant Stevenson. Burke, of 2 mail robberies and 3 under arms, was shot dead by Mr. Kitely, Gold Commissioner, whose house near Rockley Gilbert and gang were attacking. Mr. Kitely surrendered, and Vane, one of the bushrangers, was about to deliberately shoot him to avenge the death of Burke, when Mrs. Kitely and a woman servant rushed in between them. After much petitioning on the part of the women, the gang agreed to spare Mr. Kitely on condition of the payment of a ransom of £500. This was paid, and he was released. O'Mealy, 1 murder, 9 highway robberies, and 17 other robberies under arms, was shot by Mr. Campbell while attacking his house at Goimbla, in company with Gilbert and Hall. Ben Hall was accessory to 2 murders, and he also committed 64 robberies under arms, was shot by Sub-Inspector Davidson on a plain near the Billabong, about 12 miles from Forbes. On Friday morning, the 5th of May, Sub-Inspector Davidson and a party of police surprised him in the act of catching his horse, about 12 miles from Forbes. On seeing the police, he ran away. Davidson followed up closely, and when within range, fired and shot him. As he still ran forward, Sergeant Condell and a black tracker fired, both shots, it is believed, taking effect. Hall still continued to run in the direction of the scrub, but on reaching it was confronted by 4 or 5 troopers posted there, who fired simultaneously, almost every shot hitting him. Hall, unable to proceed any further, laid hold of a sapling to support himself, but speedily loosened his hold and fell to the ground, exclaiming, "I'm wounded! Shoot me dead!" He died a few seconds afterwards. Thus died Ben Hall, who with his associates Gilbert and Dunn committed among them 6 murders and no end of robberies with or without violence. He was born at Breezer, Liverpool Plains, in February 1837. Gilbert, over a career of 3 years, had perpetrated 1 murder, was accessory to another, and he also committed 68 robberies, gazetted, under arms, the most notorious of which were the sticking up and plunder of the gold escort near Eugowra in June 1862, and that of the Araluen escort on the 15th of March 1865. In the first affair, gold and notes were taken by the robbers to the amount of £13,000, and only £4,000 of it was ever recovered by the authorities. Where the remaining £9,000 went to is a mystery. For this man's, the least guilty, was hanged, or rather slowly strangled, and Bow and Fordyce, through the unsupported and uncorroborated evidence of an accomplice, Charter, got 15 years each. Gilbert was shot dead by a party of police in the bush near Binalong, about 15 miles from Yass. He was a Canadian by birth, and was for many years a stockkeeper at or near Marengo, among the inhabitants of which he was a general favourite because of his good temper and inoffensive habits. He quitted stock riding in the Marengo district in the year 1861, and was lost sight of for 2 or 3 months, and then reappeared with John O'Meally, flashily dressed and flush of money, turning off with a jest or laugh all questions thereon. It was during the above-mentioned 2 or 3 months that he fell into the society of and was seduced by Gardiner, the founder of modern bush-ranging. Dunn, who was guilty of 2 murders, 12 mail robberies, and 14 robberies under arms, was convicted and executed. The Weddon Mountain district was considered as the headquarters and stronghold of Gardiner, and the other scoundrels who carried on their nefarious calling, and for years rendered travelling in the bush so dangerous as to seriously retard the progress of the colony. All this is changed now. The lawless vagabonds that haunted the recesses of these mountains have all been shot, hanged, or banished, and in place of diggers armed to the teeth, or the timid travellers that once passed in fear and trembling through these ill-reputed solitudes, we see the plodding ploughman, the gentle shepherd, or the brisk commercial traveller, with his natty buggy and smart turnout, passing on his peaceful mission unconscious of peril and untroubled by thoughts of evildoers. Pence and plenty now reign where once all was terror and turmoil. Owing to the prevalence of bush-ranging, hardly anyone in those days carried any money with him. This habit once placed me in an awkward predicament. In November of this year, 1863, I took a trip to Melbourne via Sydney in the SS Madras. When I went on board, I had only 10 shillings in my possession, which I thought would be sufficient for me until I landed in Melbourne. The day after we sailed, a subscription was made by the captain, Pascoe, for some Widows' and Orphans' Fund. I was asked to subscribe, and not wishing to acknowledge my poverty, gave the only coin I had, viz., half-sovereign, which left me without a penny. A nice fix to be in, not even sufficient to pay my boat fare from the ship to the wharf on reaching Melbourne. I explained the position of affairs to one of the passengers, a perfect stranger to me, who kindly lent me £1, which I returned to him through the post later in the day. Returning to Burrungong in the early part of January 1864, I went from Melbourne to Sydney per Wonga Wonga. I was introduced to the captain by the agent of the steamer. In course of conversation, Captain Troughton said he knew a Dr. Preshaw at Campbell's Creek years ago when digging there, and asked if I was any relation. I told him I was a son. We then had a good crack about olden times. He told me on one occasion the doctor had invited him over to spend the evening. He, wishing to make a good appearance to meet the doctor's 2 daughters, whom he had heard of but never seen, hunted up a white shirt. This had only been rough dried. He was at his wits' end to know how to iron the front of it. At last a thought struck him. In a teapot he put some hot ashes, and with this he ironed the front of his shirt, which, when done, was worse than before. He had forgotten to wipe the bottom of the teapot. I had only been a few days at Burrungong when I received instructions to close the agency at the end of March, which having done, I went to Sydney and received marching orders to Nelson, New Zealand, for which place I sailed on the 25th of May. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Banking Under Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Beeswax Candle. Chapter 17. I had not been in Nelson many days when I was ordered to Waka Marina, a new digging some 40 miles distant. I did the journey on horseback, crossing the Mangatapu mountain, the scene of the diabolical murders committed by Burgess and party in 1866, particulars of which are given in another chapter. On reaching Havelock, I found all bustle and excitement. Diggers were flocking in hundreds from Otago and other parts of New Zealand. The diggings were 20 miles from the township, at a place called Deep Creek, but were not sufficiently extensive or remunerative to support a large population, which dwindled down to a mere handful on the discovery of the West Coast goldfields in the latter part of 1864. 21st October, 1864. Gold having been discovered in payable quantities on the west coast of the Middle Island. Footnote. Extract from an address delivered 8th October 1862, being the anniversary of Captain Cook's first landing in New Zealand by Julius Haast, President of the Philosophical Institute of Canterbury, New Zealand. Hitherto great confusion has prevailed relative to the island, which is called both the Middle and South Island. The appellation Middle Island is a mistake, as the size of Stewart's Island precludes it from being ranged with the two others. The most eminent geographers of Great Britain and of the continent of Europe, such men as Arrowsmith, Keith Johnston, Peterman, Hochstetter, etc., call it always the South Island, while in New Zealand, even in official documents, it is called sometimes by the one and sometimes by the other name. In order to avoid further misunderstanding, would it not be appropriate to give this island the name of Cookland? For so far as I am aware, no country visited by that illustrious navigator has been so designated. End of footnote. I was ordered to take a run down by the steamer Nelson, leaving on the above date to have a look at the place and report upon it. Arrived at the Buller on the afternoon of Sunday the 23rd. A miserable-looking place it was. Only 2 buildings, both stalls or shanties, kept respectively by Messrs. Martin and Hodges. Found a good many Maoris camped about. Was amused at seeing a Maori lady wash her baby, a little thing a few months old, which she took down to the river and dipped several times. The child took it kindly, and although the water was very cold, it cried but little. She slung it on her back without even drying it and trotted away. A number of Maoris were busy writing letters to send by us to their friends at the Grey River. I saw 1 or 2 of their letters, most creditable productions, both as regards spelling and writing. The Buller is a large river, wide at the entrance, with water enough at low tide for vessels drawing from 10 to 12 feet. The first steamer that entered the river was the Tasmanian Maid, on the 29th January 1862, in the command of Captain Whitwell. The boat went in unexpectedly and landed her cargo in the scrub, there being no wharf or regular landing place. She took down 60 diggers, which increased the population of the district to 200. These were scattered about, some at the diggings known as the Old Buller, some at the Waimangaroa. Further south than the Buller was at that time uninhabited, save by a few Maoris. Nearly 12 months elapsed before the next steamer, the Wonga Wonga, was sent down under charter by the provincial government. The only places of accommodation were the Kawatira Hotel, kept by a man named Martin, and a store kept by Reuben Waite. The old Buller diggings were discovered in 1859, and the Waimangaroa a short time afterwards. In May 1863 the town of Westport was surveyed, and in October of that year the first sale of town sections was held at Nelson. But so much money having been expended by the early settlers on the old township, they, naturally enough, objected to shift and give the high prices asking for building allotments by the lucky owners of them. On the left of the town, some miles up the river, lies Mount Rochefort, on which the hopes of the Westport people to a great extent depend, coal of first-rate quality having been discovered there. The approach to the mount is bad, and it would cost an enormous sum to construct a railway. 25th October. Made a start for the Grey River at 6 p.m. About 7 miles from the entrance to the Buller are some high rocks, known as the Steeples. As a rule, vessels go outside them, although there is an inside passage which would save a good many miles. It is seldom used, and only in the finest weather. The Grey is 60 miles south of the Buller. We ran down in 8 hours. The tide not being favourable when we arrived, anchored in the homestead till it suited. When the captain, Leach, thought there was sufficient water on the bar, he went to the masthead and piloted his vessel in. This was his first trip. We got in all right. The Grey bar is a shifting one. At one time the run in will be a straight one, at another a long way to the north or south, in which case the vessel has to run broadside on the breakers between the sandspit and the beach. The few people resident at the Grey turned out to meet us. Only found one store, kept by Reuben Waite, one of the earliest, if not the earliest, settler on the coast, who supplied me with the following information as to the rush. I give it in his own words. On or about the month of May 1860, I was on the Collingwood goldfields, distant about 70 miles from Nelson, and a party of Maoris came overland from the River Buller by travelling up the sea-coast, and thence by the Aurorere to Collingwood, there being no other way for them to come in those days, bringing with them a parcel of gold, which they said they had obtained from a place some 20 miles up the River Buller. We started in the good steamship Nelson in the middle of July 1864, with a cargo of provisions and every requisite for the diggings. From my long experience on goldfields, I knew exactly what was wanted. The diggers took no tools, as it was only a prospecting trip, or provisions from Nelson, and were satisfied with my prices for all that was wanted. The government of Nelson, finding I was going to the Grey, gave me a contract to procure for them 40 tons of coal as a sample from the Grey coal mine. On arriving at the Grey, we entered it in first-rate style, and steamed up to the landing opposite to what is now called Mahuera Quay. Here we landed the goods, which were, of course, left exposed on the river beach, and all hands started off prospecting. My Maoris set cheerfully to work, and with plenty of help, I soon managed to get up a temporary store. In the meantime, the goods were going out as fast as I could possibly sell them. Aye, before I could get them out of the vessel, the diggers were jumping down the hold for them. At the Maori Pa, there were none but women, and when they saw the steamer, they could not tell what to make of it. It was the first steamer that was ever on the Grey. The Maori men had all gone to get gold, which made the white men all the more anxious to go, and before long I was left almost alone. All the diggers having gone to the Terumakau River, where the Maoris were digging, and with the exception of my storeman and Mr. Batty, who came down with me to get the coal, there was no other white man left at the Grey. About a week after I had been at the Grey, some Maoris came down from the diggings and brought with them a sample of about 50 ounces of the finest gold I had ever seen. I was pleased to see it, and purchased it from them. These natives told me that the whole of the men that went up were coming down with the intention of killing me. Soon after, 2 white men came down and advised me to get out of the way, as the whole party were close at hand, and coming down to ransack my store and hang me. It appears that they had not been up to the Greenstone Creek, but merely to the Terumakau. From what I could understand, the white men were led astray, owing to the Maoris having heard from some of their own people that a great number of Pakehas had arrived by steamer at the Grey. They accordingly came down from the Greenstone and commenced working in the Terumakau, where they could not earn their salt, for the purpose of leading the diggers to suppose that the gold had been got in that quarter. Here let me add that shortly after the Greenstone had been discovered, I was informed that the Maoris had completely stopped up the track. Thus it was that the new arrivals went wrong. I cannot vouch for the truth of this, but it was told me by a half-caste, and it is exceedingly probable. I stood my ground, however, and the Maoris promised to help me if I was interfered with. The next day, the whole crowd came down and camped near the store, so that I could hear some as they passed the store cursing and swearing at me, while others said nothing. There was a Dutchman who had most to say, who stole a case of gin from my store that night. This Dutchman came into the store and said I was wanted outside. He had been around the diggers' tents trying to incite them against me, and although the case had assumed a serious aspect, I could hardly refrain from laughing at the horrible attempt at the English language displayed by this man, more especially owing to the state of excitement into which he had worked himself from imagining that he was a deeply injured individual. I had neither arms nor ammunition of any kind, for up to that time they were not wanted on the west coast. I went to the fire, a large one, which, by the by, was being fed by coals that had been brought down the river for the Nelson government. It was rather an exciting moment. As stepping outside the store, the thought struck me that my life hung, as it were, upon a thread, that the weight of a feather would probably turn the scale either way. I was standing there accused, though wrongfully, having wilfully brought a number of my fellow countrymen to an outlandish district, probably to suffer want and ruin. I knew that nothing but self-possession would avail me, so I made the most of my position, and put my trust in Providence. I shall never forget the impression of that scene as it first met my gaze. The bright glare of the huge coal fire, the motley group of roughly attired figures around it, some silent and thoughtful, others fierce and clamorous, with every species of anger and revenge visible on their countenances. The solemn and monotonous roar of the distant breakers, together with the surrounding mountain scenery in all its pristine grandeur, formed a romantic picture, rude and wild in the extreme. There were a great many men around the fire waiting for me. When I made my appearance, they began to ask questions of me. I may as well state here that all the Maoris, men and women, were then close by and ready to give me any assistance. There is no need to tell what they were armed with, but there would have been some bloodshed that night had the diggers interfered with me. Some of the men had taken the potatoes out of the Maori pits at Terramacao. First question put to me by the aforesaid Dutchman was, "Well, what did you cause this rush for?" I answered that I did not cause the rush, that I was in Nelson to get a small vessel to bring me to the Grey, that I had called them all together in Nelson and told them that I was only going prospecting, that I did not lead them to believe that they were going to a goldfield, but that, according to the letters I had received, I thought there was gold in the country, which I still believed, and that a proper trial would prove it. The next question was put to me by a Cockney. I'm sure he was, for he so murdered the letter H. "Well, Mr. Vaite, how would you like to come here without money and have to starve as we have to do?" My answer was that I did not ask him to come, he had pleased himself. "Well, Mr. Vaite, you seems to treat this here matter very lightly, but I think it's no joke to come down here and spend all one's money and not to get any gold." The aforesaid Dutchman then spoke up again and said, "Well, boys, we will take what we want from Vaite's store, and we will hang him afterwards." Just at that moment, an Irishman whispered in my ear the words, "Cheer up, my boy, don't be frightened. You have more friends than enemies in this crowd." With that, I felt I was safe. But just at that moment, a man who had come down to hear what was going on, one of Mr. John Rochfort's men, fell down in a fit close to my feet, and that put an end to the meeting. But I was still annoyed by the discontented, and most of them brought back what provisions they had with their picks, shovels, tin dishes, etc., and I gave full value for them. One man, an Irishman, assaulted me one night and tore my coat, and had it not been for two of his countrymen who were friendly to me, I have no doubt I should have had everything smashed in the store. The two men referred to took him away and gave him a good drubbing. I shall ever feel thankful to a person named Peter Hawkins, now in Nelson, who happened to be in the store at the time. A fellow had a bottle in his hand about half full of old Tom, ready to strike me a blow on the back of the head. Peter stayed his hand by grasping the bottle, or perhaps I should not be here now. The men who came down and were engaged in this business were now only waiting for a steamer to take them away. But while they were waiting, two parties with more patience than the rest had penetrated a little farther up the country, and had found out a track which led them to the Greenstone Creek. Having by chance, during their researches, discovered the fresh prints of men's feet, they followed them up until they came to the desired spot. I will now give an account of what followed. They came into the store, and one of them, Michael Spillin, asked me when I was going to get my bullocks and dray down. I told him I was sorry to say that they would be down by the next steamer. "You ought to be glad," said he. "Look here, my boy, I've got this in a day with a dish off the bottom of a paddock, 6 feet deep by 7 feet square." They had 7 ounces, 12 pennyweights. The other party had 3 ounces of the same kind of gold, and the same as that which I had purchased of the Maoris. The parties who were waiting for the steamer came in, and seeing the gold could scarcely believe their eyes. But when I showed them the 50 ounces I had bought of the Maoris, they wanted to know why I had not shown them that before. My answer was that they would not have believed me had I shown it to them. Then came a rush for stores again, and those who had been among the grumblers I charged an extra price, as they had compelled me to take back their stores and tools. From that time commenced the great rush, which up to the present date has brought out of the earth 40 tons of gold, and for which I was to be hanged, because those first arrivals chose to call the expedition a duffer rush. After this the gold began to come down pretty freely, and all were satisfied. In fact, I believe that the greenstone was as good as any diggings afterwards found on the coast. I have seen many of the crowd since who were in that circle to hang me, but I have not seen the Dutchman. Perhaps he did not forget the case of gin and kept out of the way. But the worst had to come, for in consequence of the disappointment I have narrated about the rush, I had ordered no more goods to be sent down. By the second arrival of the steamer, she brought more passengers but no provisions, so that we ran short of them, and I had to curtail a great many, and especially those who had been so hard on me. These I put on half rations till the steamer came in again. When she came, she brought my bullocks and dray, and with 2 horses and a mule I had purchased from Mr. Dobson, C.E., who had just completed the survey of the coast, I sent goods to the mouth of the Terramacau, and up that stream to its junction with the Hohuna, by canoe about 9 miles, where it was carried by the diggers until some more pack horses came to the Greenstone Creek. I started a store at the mouth of the Hohuna. After this I returned to Nelson by the first opportunity for the purpose of obtaining goods, and also to make arrangements for transport. I was greatly astonished on my landing to find myself an object of notoriety. It appears that a report had reached Nelson that I had been hanged at the Grey during the little adventure before described, and so great was the excitement of many people who were glad to see me return safe and sound with a good parcel of gold, that it was with difficulty that I was enabled to get away from them at the wharf. About a mile south of the landing place were 2 stores, one kept by Horsington of Lambing Flat celebrity, the other by Isaac Blake, after whom the township Blaketown was named. The diggings were between 20 and 30 miles from the Grey at a place called Greenstone. I hired a horse and got a packer named De Silva, a foreigner, a talkative, consequential little fellow, to accompany me thither. The day was anything but an inviting one, the rain coming down in torrents and a strong north wind blowing. The first 10 miles of our journey lay along the beach, southwards, the sea very rough, and the breakers rolling in with great force. My guide did not seem to mind, but rode right through them. 6 miles from the Grey we came to a river, the Paroa, generally known as the Saltwater Creek. This we crossed and rode for 4 miles further. Then we reached the Terramacau. Here I found 2 stores. Our journey now lay inland from the mouth of the Terramacau, which river had to be crossed 4 times. The Maoris, camped about, advised us to stay where we were, that a fresh would soon be down, and that it would not be safe to cross the river. De Silva, however, knew better. I trusted entirely to his judgment in the matter, and off we went. Got over the first ford all right, but found on reaching the second that we could not get across. The river was rising so rapidly. De Silva then came to the conclusion that the best thing we could do was to hurry back. We recrossed the river, which we found fully a foot higher than when we had crossed half an hour before, and a good thing we did, for a heavy fresh came down which prevented any traffic for some days. Had we succeeded in getting over the second ford, the chances are that we should have had to remain in the riverbed between the second and third crossings till the fresh went down. We had no alternative, so rode back to the Grey. There being no prospect of my getting to the Greenstone for a week at least, and having collected all the information I could about the place, I thought it advisable to return to Nelson, which I did. My report, on the whole, being a favourable one, it was determined to send me back by return steamer with a view of opening up a business on the west coast. The Bank of New Zealand were quite alive to the importance of sending a man down to occupy the field, especially as they saw we were making preparations for so doing, so they sent one of their staff, a young man named Walmsley, who was a fellow passenger with me on my second trip. 5th November. Made a second start again in the Nelson at 6:30 a.m. Later in the day it came on to blow so hard that we had to put back, and anchored under Tonga Island. Made a fresh start again in the afternoon of the 6th. Rough sea and very foggy. At night met the Wallaby, a new steamer from Sydney, built to the order of N. Edwards and Company. This boat came down just in the nick of time for the West Coast rush. She coined money for her owners. In fact, paid for herself in a few trips. 7th November. Awoke by a heavy sea coming into the cabin. Jumped up and found that we were putting into the Wanganui Inlet, it being too rough for us to proceed. Heavy chopping sea and headwind. After breakfast went on shore. Not much to be seen. A good coal seam was discovered here a short time after this by some passengers, who, like ourselves, had put in there unexpectedly. About noon, the wind having lulled and the sea gone down, we made a fresh start, and reached the Grey at 10:30 p.m. 8th November. Great excitement. A new goldfield having been discovered at the Totra, about 40 miles south of the Grey. Met Constable O'Donnell, a fellow passenger on my first trip, who with Sergeant Brougham and Constable Cooper formed the police force on the west coast. Their camp was pitched at Blaketown. The Grey River divides the provinces Canterbury and Nelson. The diggings are on the Canterbury side. 10th November. Made a start for the Totara on foot. My swag, containing a pair of blankets, gold scales, etc., I put on Sweeney's wagon, a light American one, and the only one on the coast. Heavy walking along the beach. At Terramako, met Walmsley and Mr. Revel, the government storekeeper, whom I shall particularly mention in another chapter. They too were on their way to the rush. Lunched at an eating house which had been erected since my last visit, kept by a Mrs. King, one of the first women on the west coast. We slept in a Maori whare building. All were very tired, and were soon in the arms of Morpheus. 11th November. Raining hard all day, could not stir out, so amused ourselves by playing euchre and whist. Up betimes next morning, crossed the river soon after breakfast, but found we could not get along owing to the high tide. Discovered an old whare in which I lay down, not to sleep. That was impossible. Sandflies, a little black fly which bites hard and raises a lump like a mosquito, being here in thousands. Walmsley and Revel went on, driving a pack-horse before them, in which they had a tent, provisions, etc. When the tide was about half out, I started in company with 2 or 3 others. We met 7 or 8 Maoris on horseback, returning from the Totara. They told us there were 500 men on the ground, and that they were returning to the Greenstone. My own impression was to take up some of the ground left by the Pakeha, white men, and this eventually turned out to be the case. We jogged along till we came to the Arahura, where we camped. We were informed that to catch the low tide we must turn out early. This we did certainly. At 12:30 a.m. we were roused, and shivering and shaking, up we got, thinking it a most unusual hour to start. We found when on the tramp that Maury, the driver of the wagon, had mistaken the time, and had thought it was 4:30. It turned out just as well that he did so, as by starting at that hour we had a splendid beach to walk over, the tide being well out. Arrived at the Okatika River at 5 o'clock. Here I found a calico store and another building close to it, built of brushwood, flax, etc., the only 2 buildings on the north side of the river. The store was kept by Messrs. Price and Hudson. Hudson attended to the store, Price did the packing. Their supplies were obtained from Reuben Waite of the Grey. The other building was occupied by Ramsay and party. The first ferry boat was formed from a large tree scooped out all in one piece. 2 shillings 6pence the charge for crossing the river. On the south side we found several tents and 4 stores. Finding the wagon was not going any further, so many returning from the Totara and the day turning out wet, we determined to return to the Grey. I camped at the Arahura in company of Maury and a man named Murrell, had a small tarpaulin which we rigged above us, with boughs at the back and sides, made a large fire, boiled the billy, and had tea. The rain came down in torrents and put out the fire. Our blankets were soon wet through. Murrell and I were seated on a box containing my gold scales. There we sat shivering, not a drop of the creature, and in this plight did we remain till 1 a.m., by which time rain ceased. Murrell was between Maury and myself, and decidedly had the best of it, for he would snooze away, leaning his head first on my shoulder, then on Maury's. A fresh fire was lighted, the billy boiled, and some coffee made. Bush rats were about us in hundreds, the ground all around us some inches deep in water. This was, without exception, the most miserable night I ever spent. What made it so bad was being compelled to sit in one position from 7 in the evening till daylight in the morning. As soon as daylight appeared, we were up and spread out our blankets to dry. Discovered a whare within 50 yards of our camping place, which would have afforded us good shelter. Unfortunately for ourselves, we were not aware of the fact till too late. Started for Terramako in the afternoon, which we reached about dusk. Crossed the river early next morning. On reaching the Saltwater Creek, we found it flooded, so had to camp for the night. Sent one of our party to the Terramako for some flour and some waipero, strong water, i.e. gin. We were determined not to be in the same fix that we were on Sunday night at the Arahura. 16th November. Brougham and I met yesterday for the first time at the Terramako. He was in McGregor's tent writing his usual weekly report. He was squatted on the ground and writing on his knees. the raindrops coming through the roof on his paper, writing under difficulties, and no mistake. 17th November. When on the South Spit today I noticed a Maori picking up something and putting it into a basket, I was inquisitive enough to ask what he was about, and found he was collecting eggs, the eggs of a small bird called tara, or sea swallow. I picked up a few, which we fried for tea. They were excellent. I may state here that I was called by the Maoris fish-o, which was the nearest approach they could make to Preshaw. By the diggers I was known as the banker with the cabbage tree hat. A few days after this, on my return from one of my trips to the Greenstone, I was fortunate enough to come across about 3 dozen of these birds' eggs. These I put in my cabbage tree hat and rode along till I came to a tent. Hailing the owner thereof, I said, "What have you for dinner?" "Bacon, damper, and tea," was the reply. "All right," I said. "You provide the bacon and I'll provide the eggs." "Eggs be damned," was the reply. "Well, here they are, old man. Give me the frying pan and I'll fry 'em," which I did. In less than 5 minutes we were both sitting down to a sumptuous repast. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Banking Under Difficulties by George Ogilvy Preshaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. Chapter 18. The following information I obtained from Mr. Hudson, one of the early pioneers of the West Coast. In the early part of August 1864, he and his partner, James Price, crossed the Terramacau Saddle, on arriving at which they discovered a very nasty ravine, over which one of the pack horses toppled. On looking over, they saw him some 50 feet below, landed on a ledge of rocks. As this was the horse that carried their blankets, etc., it was necessary to get to him, and they consequently made their way down, taking with them a tomahawk and pick. They cut the straps and girths to get the saddle released, and decided to roll him into the ravine below. After doing so and taking their traps up, Hudson went down to have a look at the horse. On reaching the spot, he was surprised to find him munching at the scrub, not a bit the worse for his rough handling. It was miraculous, the animal having fallen a distance of 150 feet. On arriving at the bed of the Terramacau, they found it to be a complete mass of boulders and experienced great difficulty in getting the horses along. They found as they proceeded that the travelling was getting more difficult and very trying to the horses' hoofs, until finally they had to cut up the saddle flaps to make shoes in the shape of sandals, which were laced the best way they could with tent cord or anything available which answered their purpose, not having met with any flax, which is the great New Zealand substitute for manila or European rope, up unto this time. They continued their journey till dusk, and judging roughly must have travelled 10 miles. They made for a flat and camped, and after feeding the horses they had supper, and pitched their tents for the night. Next day they made a start, but their progress was very slow, owing to the time taken up in the constant fixing of the leather sandals, as the horses' hoofs and the cord were all worn. Soon, however, they arrived in the precincts of the flax bushes, which abound on the banks of the rivers and creeks of the west coast. All the leather being used, they now had to substitute bags, clothing, or anything that could possibly be spared. About midday they met a party of men returning from the coast, making their way to Canterbury, and during the afternoon several other parties, all of whom gave a deplorable account of the coast, begging them to turn back, as there was no gold, no food, and nothing but starvation staring them in the face. They determined to proceed, however, and judge for themselves. That evening they camped about 40 miles down the river. Next morning they again started at daylight, and had the same difficulties with the horses as on the preceding days. Midday brought them to the natural paddock, Lake Brunner, where they remained a day to give themselves and horses a spell. Dick Ward arrived at the camping ground with a horse, mule, and a real live donkey. The following morning Ward and Hudson started for the Greenstone to obtain some shoe-horse nails. After innumerable difficulties they arrived, and found that great dissatisfaction existed among the mining population, the majority of them pronouncing the rush to be a duffer. Horseshoe nails were not to be had for love or money. They travelled on as far as the junction, where they came across a Maori canoe on the point of starting for the Terramacau. In this they went as far as the Par, where they camped for the night, and were hospitably entertained by the Maoris. Next morning they went with the Maoris in their canoe as far as the beach, and then on to the Grey, where they were in hopes of procuring some horseshoe nails, which they obtained from one of the storekeepers there at an exorbitant price. Ward started off with the nails, Hudson remaining at the Grey for a few days till Ward and Price returned with the horses, blankets, and other effects. On the way down, the poor donkey was drowned, and was subsequently thrown upon the beach, which created great consternation among the Maoris, who travelled miles to see it, never having seen such an animal before. On their arrival at Blaketown, they erected a flax whare, which was scarcely completed when they received private information of gold having been discovered in the Kapatea Creek. The steamer Nelson arriving opportunely, they purchased from Captain Leach and Reuben Waite sufficient stock to commence work, and started with pack horses for the rush, and on their arrival there found the place pretty well deserted. They determined, however, not to return to Greymouth, but camped at the foot of the creek. It rained very heavily and continued for 3 weeks, during which time they were disposing of their stock to miners and others camped about. The weather clearing up, they, at the desire of Jimmy Little and several Maoris, proceeded south as far as the Big River, where they erected a store. On arriving at the Arahura, they found excellent grass, where they camped for the night. Next day arrived at what was known as Okatika, 1st October 1864, and where they erected the first store or building in the now well-known town of Hokitika, which was built of saplings and covered with calico, size 12 by 20. They determined to remain here for the summer, land a good stock, sell at low prices, and afford every encouragement to prospectors. On the 2nd October, Liddell started south of the Hokitika River with a party of Maoris, and Donnelly with 2 whites, on a prospecting expedition. Every day small parties of diggers arrived, but none went further south than the river, nor would they push inland to prospect, but spent their time in sports such as running, jumping, leapfrog, etc. In the meantime, Hudson and Price sent their horses 2 trips to the Grey, and then turned them out at the Arahura. A fortnight passed, and no news of the prospectors. Many of the miners camped about left for Canterbury, but at the end of the 3rd week the camp was surprised by hearing a cooey from the opposite or south side of the river. A canoe was at once dispatched to bring them over, the whole of the population waiting and anxiously watching their arrival. On their stepping ashore, their first report was no gold. This was a great damper to all, but from the wink of Jimmy Little, Hudson knew it was all right. The others disbelieved their report, the prospectors appearing too jolly for men returning disappointed. Every move they made was closely watched. A meal was at once prepared, which consisted of hot tea, bacon, and eels. In passing through the store to get tea, the eyes of the self-constituted detectives being off for a moment, Liddell slightly raised his jumper at the waist, just enough to show Hudson that there was a good-sized bag of gold hanging to his waist-belt. He then knew all was right. Shortly after this, Price came in from a fishing expedition, and Hudson told him what had transpired. It was arranged that Price should at once proceed to the Grey and buy all the provisions obtainable. He slipped away to the Arahura for the horses, and after some trouble drove them in at about 11 o'clock at night. The difficulty now was how to get the saddles, as the miners were all congregated in the back of the store with the object of gathering information. Hudson spoke to his partner, and arranged that he and Liddell, with a Maori half-caste, should leisurely walk towards the river, knowing that the crowd would follow, which would give Price an opportunity of abstracting the saddles from the tent, which being done, he at once saddled up and went off to the Grey, where he engaged 2 packers, De Silva and Ray, at the same time purchasing goods sufficient to load all the horses. Soon after Price had started, 2 Maoris made their exit in order to inform their friends at Greenstone, Teramako, Grey, and many other places. Many schemes were devised to entrap the prospectors, but failed. An idea was then hit upon to make the prospectors drunk so as to loosen their tongues. The run on Hudson's liquor was so great that by 4 next morning the stock of spirits had entirely run out. The boys' blood being up, they informed the prospectors that they must either disclose their secret or they would be killed. A general fight took place, many taking the side of the prospectors, who, though weaker in number, came off victorious. Matters now settled down into their usual groove, the prospectors retiring into Hudson's store, where they remained for the night. It was then he learnt full particulars of the gold discovery, which took place in the Totra and a branch creek, now known as Donnelly's. In the afternoon the vanguard of the rush hove in sight, consisting of Maoris of all ages and sexes, and by nightfall fully 150 miners had arrived. This party of Maoris had evidently been induced to come to this locality from the representations of the fugitive members of the prospecting party. The prospectors at once declared the result of their researches south, and many who the evening before were ready to hang them now greeted them with the greatest joy. The consequent increase of the population and declining stock on hand induced Hudson to raise his prices to nearly the extent of 250%, which was cheerfully given, as it was a great surprise to many of the miners to get provisions in such a place. Price arrived that night about 12 o'clock, with the horses fully laden with provisions. On the following day 4 or 5 storekeepers arrived, including Sweeney, Ward, and Murphy. They decided on going south to the Rush, but found it impossible to cross the river with Waite's bullock dray, which they had hired, so had to return to Greymouth for a boat, which originally belonged to the old gypsy schooner. On the arrival of the boat overland from the Grey, there was a general rush of storekeepers and miners to secure it for the rush to the Totra. Amongst the storekeepers was Messrs. Sweeney, Murphy, Cochrane, Ward, and Co. Hudson thought it advisable to erect a store on the new diggings so as to keep pace with his opponents, and did so, and engaged Mr. James Morton to manage the business at Hokitika, while he, Hudson, proceeded to the Rush. About this time an accident occurred, which tends to show how the hardy, sturdy miner will endeavour to relieve his fellowmen in difficulties. Whilst a party of miners, known as Blanchard's party, was engaged in felling a tree, one of them, a Portuguese by birth, slipped, and the butt of the tree, coming down on his thigh, smashed it. His mates at once came up the river for assistance. 150 volunteers went up to fetch the man down. They made a sort of box out of the trunk of a tree, split into slabs, in which they placed him, and after innumerable difficulties they reached the township, which was about 9 miles from the beach on a long point of the Totora River. Here they camped all night, placing the injured man in Murphy's store, started next day and made Ogilvy's lagoon, arriving at Hudson's store on the succeeding day. They then constructed a wagon out of a huge tree, and Mr. Ramsay, a saddler, now of Hokitika, made a saddle and a harness out of a pair of moleskin trousers and some rope. All being ready, they started with the poor man next morning to Greymouth, and placed him on board the SS Nelson, and he was taken to the Nelson Hospital, where he was carefully attended to and cured. The diggings turned out very well, and in a great many instances were very remunerative. The greatest hardship that the pioneers had to undergo was the total absence of fresh meat. Wild pigeons and other birds were very plentiful, and were shot by the dozen, and boiled by the bucketful, adding fruit tops called pick-a-pick, which, when boiled, made a splendid vegetable and substitute for cabbage, and to which the population were indebted for the absence of scurvy during their constrained daily diet of salt meat for 6 months. The one and only theft committed up to the time of the Great Rush was by a Maori named Jacob, who was in the employ of Mr. Hudson. He entered a digger's tent at the rear of Hudson's store at Hokitika, and stole a small quantity of gold. He was, however, caught with the gold upon him, and at once tried by a jury, and was sentenced to be tied up to a stump all night and hanged next morning. He was, as was thought, securely fastened to the stump, but lo, next morning Jacob was nowhere to be seen. How he freed himself never transpired. After a lapse of 6 weeks, Jacob returned looking penitent and seeking employment. The greatest scourges on the opening of the coast were sandflies and mosquitoes. They were quite unbearable. The only remedy the diggers could adopt to rid themselves of these pests was to rub their hands and face with bacon, which was by no means pleasant. With the increased facilities for communication with one point and another, it would appear strange to narrate in detail the numerous difficulties and hardships the pioneers of the west coast had to contend against. When boats or bridges were things unknown, scarcely a day passed without hearing, Poor so-and-so was drowned in some creek or river. The wonder is that the number drowned was not greater. Many stout, hardy fellows were missed, lost in the bush and perished by starvation, drowned, or killed by accident, for at that time there were no bush rangers on the coast, gold not being plentiful enough to induce these demons of society to locate themselves in such a wilderness. The next important event that took place was the big rush to Hokitika early in 1865, about which time Hudson made a visit to the place, and finding money was to be made there, and their business requiring the whole attention of himself and Price, they decided to close the store at Totara, which was done accordingly. Hudson then took up his abode in Hokitika, where he has remained ever since. 22nd November 1864. Young man named Shillingford, who arrived by the last trip of the Nelson, was drowned today at the second ford of the Terramako. The poor fellow was on his way to the Greenstone, travelling alone, had mistaken the ford, got into deep water, was carried down about 100 yards into an eddy, which sucked him under. The sad news cast quite a gloom over the town. He was well known in Otago, where he had made money, and had come to the coast with the intention of starting in business. Since my arrival, there has been, on an average, 1 death per week through drowning at this ford. 23rd November. Immediately after breakfast, made a start with my washing, my first attempt, which I would have made a mess of had it not been for Waite, who happened to be passing at that time. I had my flannel things in a bucket of water, which I intended to boil. Fortunately for me, I did not. 24th November. Inquest held on the body of Shillingford by Mr. John Rochfort. Went to the Greenstone in company with Horsington and De Silva. Put up at a shanty kept by a man named Tracy. Our lodging was on the cold ground. We had some sacking under us, and my blankets, which I had brought up with me, over us. I, as usual, managed to get the middle berth. 25th November. Sunday was the business day. During my stay, I visited the few storekeepers in the town. Not being satisfied with this, I found out 1 or 2 parties who had large parcels of gold, went to their tents, purchased it from them, and issued some deposit receipts. Having no office and no safe, I had to carry a pair of saddlebags with me wherever I went, which was anything but agreeable. 28th November. Harry Abbott arrived with his pack horses at 1 o'clock. There being nothing more for me to do, I packed up and went with him as far as the Hunua, a creek 5 miles from the Greenstone, which empties itself into the Terramako. Here I got a canoe which took me to the Terramako, having got out at one place called the Devil's Elbow. This was a sharp turn in the river where great skill had to be shown in handling the canoe. A capsize in that spot meant sudden death, for under the high bluff was deep water with numerous whirlpools. I did not care to risk it, so got out with my swag. From the river bank it appeared as if nothing would save the canoe from being dashed to pieces against the bluff. She shot down the rapids at the rate of 10 knots an hour, when, by the skilful handling of the man at the stern, she turned in a twinkling. I got in again, and in a few minutes was safely landed at the Terramako. Hearing that the Nelson was in port, and being anxious to send my gold by her, I looked round for a pack-horse, but could not get one. They had all left about an hour before. I was determined not to be beaten, so after getting something to eat and drink, made a start on Shank's pony for the Grey, a distance of 10 miles along the beach. I had a large cloak on, a heavy revolver by my side, and last, but not least, a bag containing 350 ounces of gold dust. High tide and the wind and rain right in my face. Fortunately for me, a storekeeper named Everest was going down, who was kind enough to carry my swag occasionally. Had he not been with me, I must have broken down long before I got to the Grey. As it was, 2 or 3 times I had to lie down on the shingles to rest, till feeling cold, I would jump up and make a fresh start. Owing to the tide being high and the night dark, we both had several tumbles over logs, stumps, etc. Everest had one nasty tumble and cut his lip severely. We called at Mayer's store, Saltwater, where we had a pannikin of tea each, which freshened us up. Reached Horsington's store at 11 o'clock, as done up as I ever was in my life. Roused up Jones, Horsington's right-hand man, who pulled off my clothes and rubbed me down with a rough towel. I then had some bread and cheese and a bottle of ale, and went to bed. Up at 9 o'clock next morning, as fresh as a lark. Sent my gold, etc. per steamer. Went out in the afternoon hunting for eggs. No luck. 3rd December. Not being able to get a horse, started for the Greenstone on foot. Most disagreeable travelling. The Hohoona having to be crossed no less than 22 times. In many places water above my knees. Took up my quarters at Tracy's shanty. 4th December. Business being slack and so many rowdies about, I left early. People going from the Greenstone to a rush southward. 6th December. Nelson arrived. Brought up 70 passengers, Messrs. Cassius and Comiskey amongst the number, and what pleased me most, a horse for me, which did not arrive before it was wanted. 7th December. Captain Leach of the SS Nelson started overland to take a look at the Okatika River. 8th December. First rush to the 6 Mile, now known as Waimea. 9th December. Walmsley and I started in company for the Greenstone. I on my little horse, Nobby. New saddle and bridle. In fact, quite smart looking. When we got to the second ford of the Terramako, we found the river too high to cross with safety, so made up our minds to visit the 6 Mile rush, which is all the attraction just now. Walmsley said he knew the fords, so off we started. The first place he went into was so deep that he had to swim for it. I followed. Nobby, being new to the business, did not like it. Getting into deep water, he reared up, and I believe would have fallen on me had I not slipped off and struck out for the bank. Fortunately, there was no current, so I got out all right. The folk in the township had been watching to see how we would get on. As soon as they saw me in the water, they sent a canoe to the rescue, but before it was halfway over the river, I was out, Nobby close at my heels. We had a row with the ferryman who saw us coming, yet allowed us to take the wrong ford. I was in a pretty plight, wet through, and had a couple of £1,000 in banknotes in the breast of my shirt. These, of course, were wet, and my revolver also. I sent the ferryman to McGee's for some dry clothes, and in the meantime took off my wet ones, which I hung around a fire to dry. Could not stand this long. The sandflies soon found me out, so I had to put on my wet clothes till dry ones came. The notes I put round the fire and soon dried. The revolver I took to pieces, dried and oiled. Purchased some brandy, poison, at a shanty kept by an old fellow calling himself Dr. S.S., and went over to McGee's, where I stayed for the night. Sometime in December I took a trip to the Greenstone. Walmsley and I went up at the latter end of every week, usually on Saturday, sometimes on Friday, remaining over Sunday, which, as I have before stated, was the business day. On this occasion, a Friday, I was at Terramako, when Walmsley called en route for Greenstone. I got ready to accompany him, for I made it a rule, if possible, to travel in company. The Terramako being such a treacherous river, it was unsafe for one to travel alone. At this time I had my safe, a little thing which 2 men could carry, in McGee's store under his bed, which was immediately behind the bar. The tent was a calico one. I had my safe here for 2 reasons. In the first place, Terramako was a central position as regards the then existing diggings, viz., Greenstone, Totra, and 6 Mile. And again, the police tent, occupied by Sergeant Brougham and Constable Cooper, was erected there, O'Donnell being at the Grey. As soon as Walmsley rode up and said he was going to the Greenstone, I saddled Nobby, took my saddlebags into the bedroom, unlocked the safe, took out what notes and coins I wanted, strapped up the saddlebags, put them on the pony, and away. It so happened that I was particularly busy on this trip, both on the Saturday and Sunday. The weather most miserable, raining the whole time. As usual, I took up quarters at Tracy's. On Monday we rode to the Hohoona and found such a fresh in the river that we could not proceed on our journey. We stayed at Everest's. About an hour after I went to bed, I put my hand in my breeches pocket, for let it be known, I always slept with my breeches on, and oftentimes in my boots, and missed the key for my safe. I felt first in one pocket, then in another. I lay for some time, trying to remember when I had it last. For the life of me I could not. I remembered going to the safe and locking it up, but nothing more. Got up, struck a light, searched the saddlebags, but no trace of the key. Next morning I gave a man £1 to go to the Greenstone to see if I had dropped it at Tracy's. He returned in the afternoon without it. I was in a nice fix. My safe at Terramacco, myself a prisoner at the Hohuna, where I was likely to be for days, and my key lost. In this state of suspense I remained till Wednesday evening, when, by good luck, a Maori in a canoe called in on his way to Terramacco. The river was anything but safe. However, I was in such a state of mind that I would not lose the chance of getting down, so left Nobby to be sent after me. Off we went. I did not relish the trip, but sat down at the bottom of the canoe and remained perfectly steady and trusted entirely to my Maori friend. I did not even ask to get out at the Devil's Elbow, and in less than half an hour I was safely landed at Terramacco, paid the Maori his fare, £1, and marched up to the store. Here I saw McGee, and after a while said, "By the way, did I leave a key here?" "Yes," said he. "Dan found it on the table immediately after you left on Friday. He did not know whose it was and hung it up inside," pointing to the bedroom. I went in, and sure enough, there was the missing key. I opened the safe, which, as I said before, was a small one, and in which I left several 100 ounces of gold and £2,000 in notes. The treasure I had packed away at the back, and the few books I had in use piled up in front. On opening it, everything appeared to be as I left it, so I locked up, determining to go down and balance up after tea. This I attempted to do, but a lot of drunken men coming in, I had to give it up. That evening I went to Brougham's tent, where I slept. Of course I told him about losing the key, finding it again, etc. Sometime in the night I awoke with severe pains in my stomach. I was regularly doubled up, groaning and perspiring with pain. Brougham knocked up Cooper and sent him to McGee's for some brandy. Real poison it was, and gave me nearly half a pannikin full, which I drank. This had the effect of sending me to sleep, and I slept soundly till morning. I got up, and after breakfast tried to get to the store, being anxious to balance my cash, but finding myself too weak, returned to the tent, but I remained the whole day. Next morning, feeling better, I went down to the store, wrote up the books, counted the cash, and balanced. I was truly delighted, and went home to Brougham in great glee. A day or two after this, the Nelson arrived at the Grey. I took what gold I had to that place and weighed it at Horsington's. It could not weigh off at Terramacco, my scales only weighing a few ounces at a time. My large scales I kept at Greenstone. Horsington assisted me to weigh off some hundreds of ounces. When I totted up the total, I found I was something like 85 ounces short. I said to him, "This can never be. We must weigh it over again." We did so, but with the same result. I did not know what to do. However, before sending it away, I determined to ride back to the Terramacco and have a look in the safe, thinking I might possibly have left a lot in it. No such luck. It then struck me the gold must have been taken out of the safe. I told Brougham the whole circumstances of the case, and moreover whom I suspected. He went to the store and searched, but without discovering anything. The gold was gone, without a doubt. I had no alternative but to report the loss to my inspector at Christchurch, which I did by the first opportunity. My anxiety now was to know how the report of my loss would be received, and I must say I fully expected to be called upon to make it good. I did not hear from the inspector for some considerable time, letters in those days having to go via Nelson. Meanwhile, I was continually asked by one or another whether I had heard from the inspector. At last a letter arrived to the effect that although leaving the key of the safe behind was careless, still, taking everything into consideration, the difficulties I had to contend with, etc., it was decided that the loss should not fall upon me. On taking the letter to Jimmy Price, he said it would not have affected me in any case. I replied, "Only this much, that it would have been some £140 out of pocket." "Nothing of the kind," said he. "Had you been called upon to make good the amount, it would have been paid by the principal business people here and at Greymouth unknown to you." I was thunderstruck, and at the same time gratified to think that I had such kind friends who would have assisted me out of my difficulty. To account for my cash balancing at Terramco, as I said before, I had no gold scales there large enough to weigh off, so took the weight for granted, putting the value down at so much, say 500 ounces at £4 to £1,000, which balanced my cash. But on weighing off, I found I only had 465 ounces, which at £4 would be £1,860, or £140 short. A letter was written and signed by nearly all the business people on the coast, and forwarded to my inspector, calling his attention to the hardships I had to undergo, the liability to loss through having no office, etc. When at the Greenstone, I always slept with my clothes on, even to my boots and hat, had my own blankets, which were kept, or supposed to be, in a bushel bag to prevent their being fly-blown, but which had not the desired effect, for when I had the occasion to use them, I found them crawling. I was of course disgusted, but what was I to do? Just had to grin and bear it. My bedstead, too, was anything but a comfortable one. 4 posts stuck in the ground, 3 saplings on the top, the middle one a shade higher than the other 2. The first time Brougham had occasion to sleep at the Greenstone, he went to Tracy's shanty. Tracy said, "You can have Mr. Preshaw's bed. You will find it very comfortable." Brougham and I have had many a laugh since then about my bed at the Greenstone. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Banking Under Difficulties by George Ogilvy Preshaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. Chapter 19. 20th December 1864. Captain Leach of the SS Nelson visited Okotika and satisfied himself that he could take his steamer into the river. The owners, N. Edwards and Company of Nelson, chartered her on her first trip to Messrs. Ferguson and Buchanan. Up to this time, these gentlemen had been engaged as packers, but they now started business as storekeepers in Okotika. The river was full of snags, many of which could not be seen at high water, and were therefore dangerous for vessels entering without a pilot. A boatman named James Tier acted on this occasion. The sea was as smooth as glass, so smooth that he crossed the bar alone in his boat and piloted the vessel in safety. She was full of cargo, and crowded with passengers. Brougham and I were on the south spit and assisted to make her fast. The passengers were taken to the north side of the river, where the township of Hokitika now stands, by boat. The place at that time was one mass of driftwood, so thick that it was impossible to get a horse or wagon through without clearing it away. The cargo was discharged inside the river on the beach, and at a point close to the sea. A storm coming on and a fresh in the river, a lot of goods were carried out to sea before they could be removed. Some of the storekeepers sustained severe loss. Waite was one of the numbers, and J.R. Fraser another. Ferguson and Buchanan had erected a store on the south beach, but, afraid of it being washed away, removed it over to the north side. On the passengers being landed, there was quite a rush for allotments. Amongst the first marked out were those for Cassius and Comiskey, the Bank of New Zealand, and Ferguson and Buchanan. I did not mark out one, but got the mailbag and rode off to the Grey. I reached there at 10 o'clock at night, and rather astonished Mrs. Waite by putting in an appearance at that hour, and with the mail. When I returned to Okotika the next day, I scarcely knew the place. It had so changed in appearance, even in that short time. Buildings were going up in all directions. The inspector of the Bank of New Zealand decided to put up a building, which he did as soon as timber was procurable. I agitated for an office, and was informed that one would be provided if the rush turned out a good one. As soon as the Bank of New Zealand building was finished, 2 or 3 hands were sent down, and an agency opened. I was then working at a great disadvantage, inasmuch as Walmsley was still my opponent in the field, and his bank, having an office in Okotika, had by far the best chance of securing the business accounts, and of this they did not fail to take advantage. Notwithstanding such odds against me, I managed to hold my own, especially in the gold purchases. Mr. Revel, the warden, was busy most of the day marking off sites of 40 feet frontage. He also laid out 2 streets and measured off the different allotments, reserving 1 chain frontage to the river and 40 feet wide for the street. Several disputes have already risen. Not a ripple on the bar. The captain of the Wallaby crossed it today in his boat, taking soundings. Cassius opened a store. 21st December. Sergeant Brougham marked out the camp, on which site now stands the Bank of New Zealand, Town Hall, Union Bank, drill shed, and other buildings. His tent was pitched here, and here I was generally to be found at mealtimes. 22nd December. The cutter Nugget of Invercargill and the cutter Petrel arrived from Jackson's Bay with 39 men, who have been prospecting in that locality. Barrington and party amongst the number. Christmas Day of this year fell upon a Sunday. I was busy all day buying gold, etc. A short time after I got to bed, my saddlebags being under my head and revolver at my side, 3 drunken men rushed in. One came to me, took my hat from over my eyes, and said to the others, "By dad, it's the banker. Suppose we give him a crack on the head with a stick." And off they went into the bar. I have often heard it said that when people are drowning, the principal events of their lives pass through their brain. So it was with me in this instance. I thought of all sorts of things, and at the same time made up my mind what to do. I knew perfectly well, should any scrimmage take place and the report of a pistol be heard, there were so many maniacs about, that, without inquiring why or wherefore, but eager for the fray, they would rush in, and I would stand a very poor show. Still, I had to protect myself and the bank property as far as I could, and this I was determined to do. I turned with my face to the door and took out my revolver, which I always kept in good order, and waited. They had drinks at the bar, and away they went. I did not see any more of them. My idea was, had they shown up again to challenge the first man at the doorway, had he attempted to advance, fire. I knew I could depend on my revolver, and unless the mob tore down the tent, I was good for 6 of them. All I can say is that I was in a very awkward predicament, and was not at all sorry that they did not turn up again. I've often thought since what risks Walmsley and I ran, both of our lives and of the bank property. Fortunately for us, Burgess and party were not on the coast. Had they been, we would have stood but a poor show. 28th December. A dispute arose this morning between Messrs. Cassidy and Price about one of the business sites. Mr. Revel was called on, decided in favour of Cassidy. Price persisted in putting down his pegs and digging post holes. Mr. Revel interfering, Price made a blow at him with a shovel, striking him across the instep of his left foot. I was present when the assault took place. The allotment in dispute was marked out by Mr. Cassidy, and adjoined the one occupied by Messrs. Price and Hudson, the first storekeepers at Hokitika. It seemed hard that these men should not be allowed an extra allotment or two, having been the pioneers of the place. Still, not having applied for an increased area, Cassidy was fairly entitled to it, having marked out the ground. As far as my recollection serves me, Price apologized to Mr. Revel for his conduct, and was let off with a stern lecture. 15th January 1865. Mr. Cassius appointed postmaster pro tem. He did not retain the position long, a young man named Andrews being sent down from Nelson. He was only on the coast a few months, and Mr. Keogh was appointed. After him, Mr. Stevenson, who was in Hokitika for some considerable time. When he left, Mr. Curtin was appointed. 16th January. A heavy fresh in the river, bringing down huge trees and washing away the river banks. One store on the south side had to be shifted for fear of it being washed away. 26th January. The steamer Wallaby arrived at the Grey with His Honour the Superintendent of Nelson, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Blackett, and Captain Walmsley, Chief Postmaster of Nelson. On the return trip of the Wallaby to Nelson, when off the Buller, the day being fine and the sea smooth, a boat was put off. In it Mr. Robertson and several others. When crossing the bar she capsized, and His Honour was drowned. The body was never discovered. James Tier, before mentioned as piloting in the Nelson on her first trip, is now, or was when I left Hokitika in 1874, a boatman on the Hokitika River. He was one of the 14 survivors of the General Grant, which was wrecked on the Auckland Islands. He was on the island for nearly 2 years, and a rough time he had of it. The General Grant had £20,000 worth of gold on board which went down with her, and this is still at the bottom of the deep blue sea. Whether it will ever be recovered is very doubtful, the ship having run into a cave of rocks against which the waves are always beating. One party from Nelson went down, but the expedition failed on account of the weather not being fine enough to allow the divers to go down. Tia went with the party, and is living in hopes of again visiting the spot and securing the gold. When washed ashore, one of the 14 had 2 dry matches. The fire they lighted was sacred. Something dreadful was agreed upon as the penalty for letting that fire go out. Drinking cups were scooped out of roots, and ropes were made of native flax. Wild pigs were plentiful, but how to get them was the thing, the party having no guns nor dogs. Tia invented something, which was no more or less than a barbed hook at the end of a flax rope baited. With this they caught as many pigs as they required. About this time, a new rush broke out at the Totra, 16 miles south of Oketika. I went down to have a look at this, and found it was 7 miles inland and up a creek called Jones. Here I found a calico township, but there not being much doing in my line, I did not make a long stay, but returned to the foot of the river the same evening, where I, in company with some packers, camped. I put a halter on Nobby and tied him up. Next morning he was not to be found. He had bitten the rope through. I walked to Oketika, where I heard of him. He was at the Arahura on a patch of feed he had found out on the way up. On my second trip from the Totra, I was detained on the South Spit for 2 days, owing to a heavy fresh in the river. I camped with Maine, a storekeeper, and was provided with a rough stretcher, and was comfortable enough as far as bed and bedding was concerned. The first night I went to bed, expecting to get a comfortable night's rest, but was sadly disappointed. As soon as I got into bed, the mosquitoes came buzzing about, so I put my head under the blankets. In a few minutes I felt something heavy running over me. I jumped up and found the place full of bush rats. I beat them off till I was fairly tired, and found that with these pests and the mosquitoes there was but very little chance of getting any sleep. So I took my blankets, went down to the beach, where I lay on a couple of logs with a piece of wood for my pillow. On my return to Oketika, I received advice that an assistant, Mr. B, would be sent me from Dunedin. The poor fellow never reached the coast. He was drowned in the city of Dunedin on her way from Dunedin. She must have foundered, as she was never seen or heard of after leaving Wellington. A young man named Kempthorne was sent down, but as he was suffering from a severe attack of asthma, I sent him back by the same steamer in which he came. He, poor fellow, was drowned some years after in the harbour of Dunedin while boating with 2 or 3 others. The boat capsized, and he, although a good swimmer, was drowned. His body was never recovered. On one of my trips from the Greenstone, the Teramako being flooded, I had to walk from the Hohuna to Teramako, carrying with me about 300 ounces of gold. I was in company with Harry Revel, a brother of the warden, a big, powerful man, who kindly exchanged swags with me occasionally, I taking his blankets, and he my gold, which for me was a pleasant exchange. The following week, the river being still flooded, and knowing that my customers had a lot of gold on hand, I rode up overnight from Greymouth and stayed at Brougham's, intending to make a start from Teramako at daylight. However, on talking the matter over with him and finding that I would have to walk first 20 miles up and then back that distance, with about 50 pounds weight of gold and possibly alone, I changed my mind. Not but that the will was good to do the deed, but simply because I did not feel up to it. So next morning I returned to the Grey. Later in the day I learnt that Walmsley started from the Grey at daylight, and then he rode to the Teramako and walked the rest of the way, returning on Monday evening with between 500 and 600 ounces of gold. For the first time since our arrival on the coast, he had the largest escort, he having purchased my gold in addition to his own. My customers kept their gold up to the last, making sure I would turn up, but finding I did not put in an appearance, they sold to him. What will a zealous banker not do? What we should have done was to erect offices at the Grey and allow storekeepers and diggers to come to us, instead of our running after them. In place of this, each manager was chasing the other all over the country, crossing, often swimming, dangerous rivers, carrying gold on our backs like beasts of burden, sleeping on the damp ground, camping out in all weathers, and, of course, risking our lives. It's all very well to see these things afterwards, but at the time, with an opponent in the field, one is anxious to do his best. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Banking Under Difficulties by George Ogilvy Preshaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. Chapter 20. Steam tugboats had not been introduced on the west coast in the early part of 1865. Sailing vessels had oftentimes to wait a day or two until the Nelson or some other coasting steamer came up before they could cross the bar. One morning a steamer, the Lady Darling, anchored in the roadstead. A passenger by one of the sailing vessels had a whaleboat, which he lowered and went to the steamer, and soon filled up with passengers. People were so anxious to get on shore that they were quite heedless of the risk they ran in crossing the bar in an open boat. At all times a risky thing, owing to the blind rollers rising up unexpectedly. The day was beautifully fine, the sea unusually calm. In fact, scarcely a ripple on the water. It soon got rumoured about that an open boat was making for the shore with the evident intention of crossing the bar, and a crowd soon collected on the beach. One man put up a handkerchief on the end of a stick, at the same time running down the beach northward away from the bar, and signalling the steersman to steer that way. He did so. Everything went well until within half a mile of the shore, when a blind roller rose. The boat shot forward with lightning speed, and when the wave passed, we saw the boat had capsized, and the passengers swimming for their lives. 2 or 3 of them got on to the boat, but only to be knocked off by the next wave. Several struck out for the shore. I noticed one poor fellow who got within a few yards of the beach. The backwater was too strong for him in his weak state, and he was drowned. Another, Ogilvy, the owner of the boat and steersman, who had hold of an oar by which he kept himself afloat, got ashore senseless. The usual methods for restoring those apparently drowned were used on this occasion, and he eventually recovered. 6 out of 13 were drowned. The bodies were thrown up on the beach within a few hours of the accident. I saw them lying side by side in the lock-up. A melancholy sight it was. All young men, cut off in the prime of life. One of the number was married. A day or 2 after, the funeral took place. 5 bodies were placed in one dray, and that of the married man on another. The wife, seated on a chair beside it, wended their way slowly through the busy town to the cemetery, where the burial service was read by a layman. This was the first public funeral in Hokitika. Sunday, 5th February. At the Waimea all day. Took up my quarters at store. Walmsley at Cassidy's. We were both very busy during the day. Towards evening I put my saddlebags containing gold and notes in a flour sack. Walmsley came in soon after and put his valise in the same bag on the top of my saddlebags. I had no dinner, so asked a storekeeper named G.W., formerly in our bank at Otago, to keep an eye on the bag while I went out to get something to eat. W. was a storekeeper on the Waimea, but being unwell that day, and to be a bit quiet, had come across to and was lying on a kind of bed on the ground. Walmsley was in and out, so away I went to a digger's tent to get something to eat. My friend had scones and tea, of which I partook and had a hearty meal. That over, I went back to the store and found the place in a state of commotion. Walmsley's valise was missing. I didn't ask any questions about my saddlebags, but walked into the room at the back of the store, where I saw the bushel bag on the floor, and in passing which I gave it a kick, and finding it heavy, felt considerably relieved. At the first opportunity I opened it and found the saddlebags as I had left them. I watched them pretty closely for the remainder of the trip. Walmsley was as cool as if nothing had happened. His valise was gone, and that's all he could say. Fortunately, Brougham was on the spot. The loss was reported to him. Both he and Walmsley remained up the whole night. I slept in a small tent with Revel in another. We were greatly annoyed with drunken fellows rolling up against the tent. I was up soon after daylight, and was disgusted to find some old sacks we had rolled up and used as a pillow were quite maggoty. Maggots nearly an inch long. Went down to the creek and had a wash. Then to . was delighted to hear that Brougham had succeeded in finding some of the lost treasure. At daylight, Brougham, who was on watch, saw N come out of his tent and go to a small terrace some distance away. He was not there many minutes when he returned and went into his tent again. As soon as he was inside, Brougham went to the terrace and on searching about discovered the valise, with £670 out of the £800 in notes, but no sign of the gold. N was taken up on suspicion, but nothing could be proved against him. The value of the gold lost was £920. The loss fell upon the Bank of New Zealand, and Walmsley lost his situation. He was not long idle, for being in want of good officers on the coast, I recommended our Nelson manager to take him on, which he did at once, sending him down to me. What became of the missing gold? I think I have a clue to the mysterious affair. Soon after the robbery, N went to Nelson, paid periodical visits to the coast, and on every visit sold a small parcel of gold, say from 4 ounces to 6 ounces. Where he got the gold from, no one could tell. He had no store, but he just came by steamer and went away again. Some time after the robbery, say 2 years, I don't remember the exact time, there was great excitement one day at the Waimea, a large quantity of gold having been discovered in a stump. It was found in this way. Some men had been felling a tree which fell across a hollow stump, on looking into which the man cutting it up saw what he took to be a speck of gold. He put in his hand, scraped away some chips, and came across a patch of gold, some 60 ounces or 70 ounces, which I firmly believe was the balance of the gold stolen from Walmsley. The hollow stump was no doubt the place into which it had been put at first, and from whence N obtained the small parcels which he sold. Some cruel reports were spread abroad regarding the gold robbery. One was that a sham fight had been got up. Both the bankers had left their treasure to see the fight, during which time the valise had been stolen. In these days a fight was no novelty, fighting being the order of the day. The great difficulty was to get anything to eat, which was what I was looking after at the time of the robbery. On the 3rd of September in the same year, 1865, Walmsley was stuck up between Knowtown and the 12 Mile by 5 armed men masked, and robbed of 824 ounces of gold and £1,000 in notes, total value £4,000. He left Knowtown early in the day, accompanied by William O'Brien, a packer, the gold being divided, O'Brien having 800 ounces and Walmsley 824 ounces. The road they travelled down was the bed of a creek, thick bush on each side. When about halfway, he was suddenly surrounded by the robbers and pulled off his horse before he could even make an attempt to withdraw his revolver. O'Brien, who was some yards ahead and hidden from his view by the roundings of the creek, had a gun suddenly presented at his head by one of the gang, who in presenting it stumbled and fell. O'Brien put spurs to his horse and galloped away, and so saved 800 ounces of gold. Walmsley saw nothing of this, and rode into the midst of them. They surrounded him and had him off his horse in a twinkling. First of all they took away his revolver, then possessed themselves of his treasure. Walmsley turned round to have a look at them to see how they were dressed, so he would recognize them again. But 2 of the number drew revolvers which they placed at his head, and swore that if he moved 1 inch, they would blow his brains out. O'Brien only saw one of the party, and was not sure that Walmsley had been stuck up till he rode into the 12 Mile and reported the affair at the camp. The police, old Nelson identities, were quite unprepared for any such emergency, and took fully an hour to get ready for the pursuit. Of course, such a start in so thickly bushed a country was everything in the robbers' favour. Walmsley came on to Hokitika that night and reported the matter to me. I at once went over to the camp and informed Inspector Brougham of the robbery, and within half an hour he, 2 detectives, Walmsley and myself were on the road to the Grey, which we reached soon after daylight. We lost no time, but pushed on to the 12 Mile, where I remained. Brougham and the detectives first visited the scene of the robbery. They then started in pursuit of the robbers. They were out some days, and arrested 4 men on suspicion. One of the number, I afterwards heard, was one of the gang, but unfortunately the police could not bring the charge home to them. This affair determined the banks doing business at the Rush, Knowtown, to withdraw and close their offices, and about 3 weeks after the robbery an escort arrived and all left, forming a strong party, some 17 in all, well armed with van and rearguard. We proceeded to the 12 Mile and thence by canoes to the Grey. I don't remember the names of all the escort, but the following did duty on that occasion: D. Walmsley, G. F. Martin, and G. O. Preshaw, Bank of New South Wales; C. S. Allen and George Curtin, Bank of New Zealand; J. P. Martin, Union Bank; Inspector Brougham, and Sergeant O'Donnell of Police Force. There was some talk of a gang being formed to stick up the escort, and great doubts were entertained whether we should reach our destination in safety. We did, however, and glad I was when I saw our treasure safely deposited at the Grey. Walmsley's bad luck still stuck to him. In the early part of 1869 he again met with a loss. The banks doing business at Brighton had closed their agencies there, and the agents were bringing on horseback to Charleston the bullion, cash, etc. Soon after their arrival at Charleston it became known that some half-sovereigns had been picked up on the road. This excited suspicion, and the agents at once counted their cash. The New Zealand agent found his correct. Not so with Walmsley, who discovered he was £160 short in his gold coin. A nail in the pack saddle had penetrated one of the bags containing the gold coin, and by the jolting of the horse the money had been shaken out. Walmsley rode back, and about 4 miles from Charleston found quite a rush of persons on the road raking and sweeping up the dust. He was only fortunate enough to pick up some £3 10s. In this case he had been particularly careful. His half-sovereigns he put in a small bag, this he put in a larger bag, these with some notes he rolled up in a sack, which he placed into another sack, carefully sewing them up. A nail in the pack-saddle had worked a small hole through the 4 bags, and just large enough for a half-sovereign to fall through, which they must have done one by one. The following extract is from the Westport Times. 1st February 1869. The banks of New Zealand and New South Wales have lately closed their agencies in Brighton, and the agents were bringing to Charleston on pack-horses the books and papers of the 2 officers and their golden cash. After their arrival in Charleston, it became known that between that place and Brighton some travellers had been picking up brand-new sovereigns or half-sovereigns in situations where current coin of the realm is not usually to be found. It is nothing unusual in that particular district to find gold among shingle and sand, but it was a phenomenon even to old diggers to find it bearing Her Majesty's image and the mark of the mint. Suspicions were excited, and the bank agents wisely counted their cash. The Bank of New Zealand agent found his correct, the agent of the Bank of New South Wales did not, and it is said that a deficiency of about £150 was discovered, and it was further discovered that what had happened at Hokitika had happened here. A nail in the pack-saddle had penetrated one of the saddlebags containing gold coin, and by the jolting of the horse the money had been shaken out along the road by which the party had come. An immediate and diligent search was of course made on behalf of the bank, but we believe it resulted in the recovery of only some £3 10s. The officials and the police had been anticipated by some persons who had got upon the trail some time sooner, and it is probable that some of the money remains yet to be found, concealed as it has probably been by traffic along the sands. Future travellers by the beach road may yet benefit themselves, or if they are honest, the bank, by making it a part of their object of their journey to search for some of the undiscovered coin. It is not recorded that as yet anyone has discovered more than a few half-sovereigns, or has thought of delivering the same to the bank. It is insinuated, however, that there was for one night a considerable amount of spare cash among some people at Charleston, and that there was more liberality in the matter of shouting than is usual at the present dry season and dull times. Some are said to have recognized the occurrence as a special providence, happening as it is done when money is rather scarce, and when, for want of water, the metal in its pure state is not procurable. Mr. Walmsley is said to have been the agent in whose charge the money nominally was at the time of the loss, and if that is the case, Mr. Walmsley has certainly very bad luck, for this is not the first or the second occasion on which he has been associated with similarly purely accidental but unfortunate circumstances. This being the 3rd loss made by Walmsley, the bank authorities, naturally enough, came to the conclusion that he must be a very careless man, and so wrote to me. Knowing him to be anything but that, in fact a most careful, steady man, I replied to this effect: that at first sight it did seem strange that Mr. Walmsley was so unfortunate, but not so when one took into consideration that he was the officer in our service on the coast who was called upon to do the risky work, and so long as he was in that position, any losses made by sticking up, or such as that above stated, would fall to his lot. Other men might be in the service for a lifetime and never lose a penny, and for the simple reason that they were never called upon to run any risk. We were not the only bank that made losses in this way. Sometime in 1865, a bag of gold which contained 230 ounces belonging to the Union Bank was dropped while under escort from Waimea to Hokitika, and although the track was closely searched from end to end, not a trace of the missing treasure could be discovered. It was, however, found in the month of January 1866. The West Coast Times reports 5th January 1866. It will be remembered that some 3 months ago a bag of gold which contained 230 ounces belonging to the Union Bank was dropped while under escort from Waimea to Hokitika, and although the track was closely searched by the police from end to end, not a trace of the missing treasure could be discovered. It has, however, undoubtedly turned up at last. On Saturday week, extraordinary rumours were current in town to the effect that heavy gold had been discovered at the back of the hospital, women and children picking up gold in handfuls, and that a richer patch had not been struck on any western beach. It appears that some packers were leaving town for some of the northern beaches, when one of the horses, in kicking up the sand, unearthed a number of glittering specks, which upon examination proved to be gold dust. A closer inspection revealed a quantity of the metal, which of course was carefully collected. Early next morning this lucky find became known, and resulted in quite a scene in front of the Prince of Wales Hotel. On proceeding to the back of the houses, where at some water-holes many were seen washing out the sand, we saw such results as convinced us that there was no exaggeration, but that gold was being obtained in considerable quantities. Many were the prospects washed, varying from a few grains to 2 and 3 pennyweights, but the richest sand had been collected into little heaps, and there lay to be washed at leisure after the rush had subsided. How this gold was originally deposited may to some appear unaccountable, but we feel assured that the mystery of the lost bag of Waimea gold is at last cleared up. Some aver that in a very few minutes 108 ounces was their reward, but whether it was so much is uncertain, though it is accepted as an indisputable fact that at least 40 ounces were obtained by the seekers. Many of the aftercomers did remarkably well. Indeed, we heard of one party whose dirt would average 1 ounce to the dish. Many others managed to secure for their day's work from 1 ounce to 20 ounces. Our assumption that the bag was not damaged before it fell from the pack saddle is borne out by the fact that no gold had been found further along the track. The gold lay in a patch, not very wide, but about 40 yards long, evidently so formed by horses passing to or fro, which kicked the main deposit as it lay on the ground and scattered the gold along the road. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Banking Under Difficulties by George Ogilvy Preshaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. In Chapter 21. 12th February 1865. At Waimea purchased 500 ounces of gold. Flour very scarce. As soon as the packers arrived at the stores, the diggers took possession of the flour made up in 50-pound bags for the convenience of packing. Indeed, many of the diggers, in their anxiety to get a bag, went down the road to meet the packers, took the flour off the horses' backs, and carried it to the store on their own. A lot of drunken fellows about in the evening. Had hard work to get rid of them. The treasure, as usual, under my head. 18th February. Brougham, Walmsley, and self started with the gold to the mouth of the creek, the gold on pack horses, we following on foot. Had to tramp it to the Arahura, no horses having been sent to meet us. Drove from Arahura to Hokitika in a bullock dray. Great excitement in town on the arrival of the escort. At the Waimea there was a warden's court, and of course a warden's clerk. The gentleman holding that position had an excellent opinion of himself, so much so that he got up a petition from the miners of that locality in favour of his being made a live warden in the place of Mr. Warden Shaw. This little arrangement didn't come off, and the warden's clerk remained warden's clerk still. but he had been in the habit of sitting on the bench, that is to say, in a place alongside the magisterial seat. And on the appearance of that most excellent magistrate, Mr. Warden Price, the following colloquy is said to have occurred. Warden, observing the clerk sitting by his side, "Dear me! Have you been made a J.P.?" Clerk, "No, sir." Warden, "Then please take your seat below there," pointing to the body of the court below the bench. Clerk, "But there is no table." Warden, "Then get a carpenter to make one immediately, or get a box. Get a box, sir." And the ambitious clerk, of course, subsided. The sequel, however, is better than the story. The following day, a brother of the offended clerk, who appears to have been in the Indian Army in the capacity of a surgeon, called upon Mr. Warden Price, and the scene that occurred is related to be as follows. Brother, presenting card, "Sir, I am Mr. So-and-so, an officer in the Indian Army. You have insulted my brother, sir." Warden, "Dear me! I have also been an officer in the army. Bailiff, turn this man out." Mr. Price's motto is Nemo me impune lacessit. At this time the roads were so bad that packers found great difficulty in getting from the beach to the Waimea, a distance of 5 miles, but reckoned 12. Several diggers, whom I presume to have been unfortunate, took to packing, and amongst others Charles L. Money, known as Charlie the Packer, and from whose book, Knocking About in New Zealand, I have extracted the following. At this time the road from the beach up to the township, a distance of 12 miles, passing, as it did, the whole way through heavy bush and thick undergrowth, and crossing and recrossing the creek bed every 100 yards, was in a condition perfectly inconceivable to those who have not been to a great rush on the west coast diggings in New Zealand. Roots of all sizes, torn and mangled when small into a sort of macaroni squash, and when large remaining a dead hindrance to both horses and man, caused the mud ploughed by cattle and pack-horses to assume the appearance of a torrent. So bad was it that the whole distance was marked by the bones of dead animals. The price given for the package of stores was £3 per 100 for the 12 miles, and I suddenly bethought me of the possibility of making myself into a very profitable pack-horse. Turning into the nearest store accordingly, I called for a nobbler, and asked the storeman, while he bittered the decoction, what he would give a man for bringing the various articles he required. He stared on hearing my question and said, "Why, you're never going to make a beast of burden of yourself, mate, are you?" I replied that I would make any sort of beast of myself if the remuneration were only sufficient. He said, "Well, old man, you bring me the goods and I'll pay you the same as the 'osses." "Done," said I. "What are you wanting up most at this time?" "Well," said the storekeeper, "I've had a run on my picks, so you can bring as many of them as you like, though they're not a lively lot to carry about, and I should fancy will give a man a crick in the back. There's a little keg of rum waiting for me down at the beach, so you can make up a load the best way you can." I found the keg awkward enough, but the picks were altogether too lively to carry far. After working the skin off the small of my back, I left them halfway and completed my journey with the rum cask. Next day, in place of wood and iron, I shouldered a 50-pound bag of flour and did the distance comfortably, earning thereby 30 shillings. I continued to carry from 50 to 70 pounds for some days, always increasing little by little the weight of my load. As this was the first time such a thing had been attempted on those diggings, I had to undergo a tremendous fire of "Jaws!" from every chum I passed. The word "jaw" expresses the derision usually bestowed on new chums on the diggings, or any man acting or dressing or speaking in any way considered as outre by the diggers themselves. He laughs who wins, and as I knew many who thus jeered were glad to get £1 a day by even harder work than I was doing for double the money, I could afford to laugh with them. After 3 weeks' practice, having become known Charlie the Packer, I had plenty of orders to carry up every description of store, from tea and gin cases to soap and saltfish, and seldom after that did I shoulder less than £100. Times getting dull about the 6 mile, I was joined one by many others, several of whom had been among the first to jaw me at the beginning. Never having strained myself beyond my powers, I did not feel any ill effects from the heavy labour I underwent, though 100 pounds was a weight which very few cared to carry on such a track. 2 men who had taken to this means of gaining their livelihood fell victims to their ambition, for instead of commencing with the calf and ending with the bull, as I had done, they staggered under the full weight of 100-pound bags of flour, sugar, etc., until their strength gave way and their coffins had to be prepared for them. A day or two after the demise of one of these poor fellows, I took a bag of flour to Charlie MacLeod, the storekeeper, who, being a carpenter by trade, did duty when required as an undertaker. As I dropped my load inside the door, Charlie looked up from his hammering, and eyeing it where it lay, said, pointing to his work, "Thought one was enough, but I guess you'll want your measure, old hoss, before long." And he believed it too. 23rd February 1865. Purchased an allotment for the bank, and put up a small building thereon, size 12 by 12. 5th March. Western Goldfields proclaimed first week in March. W.C. Revel appointed resident magistrate and warden, sworn in at Wellington by Judge Johnston, also appointed Deputy Commissioner of Customs. Messrs. Seed and Limming came down to arrange matters. 6th March. Purchased the largest parcel of gold that has yet been sold on the coast, 600 ounces, from a party of miners, 4 in number, the result of 2 months' work. 2 steamers off the bar, Nelson and Stormbird. The Nelson tried the bar stern first. Finding she could not manage it, steamed on to the Grey, followed by the Stormbird. The rush may now be said to be fairly set in. Finding the place going ahead so rapidly, Mr. Brougham marked off a street at the back of and parallel to Revel Street, which he named Wharf Street, the steamers lying just at the foot of it by the river bank and where they discharged cargo. 12 or more allotments were pegged off. Brougham put as many numbers in his hat as there were allotments, which were drawn by the few persons about at the time. The allotments were valued at £20 each, and in less than 2 months were selling from £200 to £300. 7th March. I started for Nelson per SS Wallaby. 8th March. Met a small steamer, Waipara, bound for Hokitika, her first trip. Arrived at Nelson at 5 p.m. When we reached the wharf, had quite a rush of business people on board, all eager to hear the latest news, and in a frantic state of excitement when they heard we had brought up 1,900 ounces of gold, the escort up to this time not exceeding 700 ounces. 26th March. Started again for the west coast per SS Nelson. Arrived off Hokitika on the morning of the 28th and found quite a fleet of vessels in the roadstead. Took passengers from 2 or 3 of them at £1 per head. Crossed the bar soon after 10. Found the SS Stormbird ashore at the North Spit. Scarcely knew the place again, it had so changed. Found Revel Street nearly a mile long. Some very good buildings erected. No end of shanties, and the street crowded with diggers. So crowded that it was with difficulty that I elbowed my way through. Went over to see my friend Brougham, with whom I had lunch. Found quite a crowd of government officials at the camp. Messrs. Seed, Revel, Rolleston, Kenrick, Mallet and Limming, having arrived from Christchurch per Nelson on the 19th March. On the 21st, Mr. Revel opened an office in a tent, and issued the first miner's right to a brother of his, Mr. H. Revel. At the time of which I am writing, money was so plentiful that all seemed to have more than sufficient for their needs. Of course it was the gold digger who made the capital for all, but that capital was distributed in many curious ways. I remember one young fellow, of a type that would seem impossible to any but a colonist. He was the son of a professional man, and had been educated with a view to succeeding his father. But after trying that and various other occupations, banking included, he determined to come to the west coast and try his luck. Here he did almost anything and everything. He was by turns clerk, customs house officer, auctioneer, digger, and at last paper seller and general postman. It is in connection with the last that his experiences may prove interesting. They are as nearly as possible in his own words, as related by him to me many years after. You want to know about my paper running experiences? Ah, those were queer days, and money was plentiful as dirt. I've told you that I went into the custom house, of which I soon got tired. After leaving that, I hardly knew what to do. I had but little money. One day I was in the shop of a bookseller with whom I was acquainted. I asked him if he knew of anything that would suit me. Yes, he replied. There's a fortune to be made paper running at the diggings. After a little talk, I thought I could but try it. At that time, once one left Greytown, there was no postal communication to any one of the numerous diggings situated on or about the Grey River, although they must have contained a population of some 5,000. Accordingly, the next day I started with a stock of papers on my back to travel around the various diggings. The first halting place was No Town, a small village about 12 miles from Greymouth. Up to here I went in a whaleboat, which was partly pulled, partly poled, and the rest of the distance dragged up by the crew, they up to their waists in water with the rope over their shoulders. This was termed tracking. Such a trip it was. The boatmen, the roughest and strongest men that could be got, were half the time wet through with water, to eliminate which, from their system, they consistently soaked themselves with rum. Every few trips some one of them would lose his life, as the smallest slip in a rapid river like the Grey meant almost certain death. Once safely arrived at No Town, I used to start for German Gully, about 8 miles away. Road there simply was none. It was a mere track cut through the dense bush, and available for pack horses only. These used to go sliding and slipping along, and every now and then one would get hopelessly bogged. Then, should there not be sufficient help to get it out, the poor brute would be unloaded and simply left to sink deeper and deeper, till at last he sank out of sight, engulfed in the horrible morass. Once at the diggings, however, all previous discomfort was forgotten. Paper! A regular rush. Here you are, lad. Give me an Australasian. How much? 5 bob, old man. Give it here, then. Have you a nation there? Only one left. I want £1 for it. Too much. I'll give you 15 bob. All right, collar. And the paper and money would change hands. It was simply coining money. The regular price was 5 shillings for any of the Australian weeklies, and as much as you could get, but never less than 10 shillings for any of the home papers. The life, though, was simply awful. At that time, to many of the diggings, food had to be carried on men's backs. Flour ranged from 9p to 1 shilling 6p, the pannikin full, and other things in proportion. Thus it will be seen that although one got 2 shillings 6p for posting a letter, and as much more for bringing one from the Greymouth post office, it was money hardly earned. A fortnight's trip I usually used to make from £40 to £50. With this I used, when I got to Greymouth, to make myself comfortable and live as a gentleman for about a fortnight or 3 weeks. Of course I was a young fool in those days, and made the money fly. And even when there was a certain percentage of well-bred loafers who were only too happy to be shouted for, without having to shout in return. On one occasion, whilst at Red Jack's, I heard of a way to No Town that would materially shorten the distance. I had nearly sold out. I was on my way down to Greymouth. I had with me nearly £100, beside a few watches given to me to get repaired, as well as several letters. By this time my constant appearance at or near the stated time had invested me with all the privileges of a postman. Mails to the outlying districts there were none. To me came a digger. You want to find the short track to No Town? I do. Then we'll travel in company, for I'm going there too and knows the way. Thanks, I replied. You'd better start at once. It was then about 3 p.m, and the short track was reckoned 8 miles. Before going, we had, of course, the usual liquor up, in fact 2 or 3, and my guide also took some with him. After some steep climbing, we found ourselves at the top of a range, having walked 4 miles. There were several tracks about, leading to various old prospecting claims, most of which had been long since deserted. You quite sure of the way? I asked. Yes, I think so, was my companion's reply. At any rate, this is our direction. I thought this pleasant, especially as a dense, mizzling rain was falling, rendering it impossible to distinguish the points of the compass. We walked on for about a mile when my mate exclaimed, "I believe we're wrong after all. Anyhow, no town must lie this way." I remonstrated and endeavoured to induce him to camp where we were, and return on the same track in the morning, wishing heartily I had not taken the short track. It was of no avail, and not wishing to be left behind, I started into the bush with him. Soon night closed in. Nothing was to be heard to disturb the death-like silence but the drip, drip of the rain, or the melancholy cry of the weka or Maori hen. Cold, weary, footsore, blanketless and supperless, we had nothing to do but watch for the first dawn of day. Certainly we had my mate's bottle of rum. I had, I think, 2 small drinks of it. Next morning I awoke. Yes, found that I had slept, that the grog must have been drugged, and that my guide had decamped, having robbed me of all my cash and 2 of the most valuable of the watches entrusted to my charge. Here was a predicament. I had had nothing to eat since the previous night. I was utterly bushed and half stupefied with the drug that had been used. It was no use, however, crying over spilled milk. I started in what I thought was the direction of No Town, and after 2 days of utter misery, found myself utterly worn out on the summit of what appeared to be a dividing range. Which side should I descend? If I made a mistake, I knew I was too exhausted to retrace my steps. My late friend had left me a solitary shilling. I tossed up. Heads to the right hand, tails to the left. Fortunately, it was tails to the left. I descended the range to the left, and after about half a day, such as I hope never again to experience, I found myself on the banks of the Grey River. At about an hour more, a boat came close to where I was lying. I hailed it, and on relating my story was kindly taken to Greymouth, where, by the aid of some good Samaritans, I was enabled to lie up for about a fortnight. Having recovered, I got a stock of papers on credit, but it was my last run. During my absence others had taken my place, and soon after I again returned to the digging. I may add that the diggers whose watches had been stolen refused to accept any compensation. I, of course, informed the police, but the thief was never taken. Verily, poverty makes one acquainted with strange bedfellows. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Banking Under Difficulties by George Ogilvy Preshaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. Chapter 22. Mr. Revel, after whom Revel Street is named, was appointed agent for the provincial government of Canterbury at the West Coast on the 1st of January 1864, in the room of the late Charles Townshend, unfortunately drowned while attempting to cross the bar at the Grey on the 9th October 1863. Mr. Townshend was the first government agent on the West Coast, and arrived at Okitika on 27th May 1863, per crest of the wave, crossing the bar in a whaleboat, the following comprising the crew: Peter Mitchelmore, Simon, Maori, and 2 sailors for boat's crew, Buxton, captain of the schooner Steer-Oar, and Townshend. They left the boat at Okitika and walked over to the Grey, arriving there on the afternoon of the 31st diem. The following paragraph appears in Mr. Townshend's diary under the date October 7th, 1863. This morning has been particularly fine and clear, and the sea very smooth for the coast, so much so that I contemplate going to Okatiki for the boat, if I can get a crew together. He started next morning in the company of Peter Mitchelmore and others, and in crossing the Grey Bar on the following day was drowned, Mitchelmore sharing the same fate. The bodies were recovered, buried on the north side of the Grey on the 10th October, and removed by Revel and party on the 9th April 1864 to the new cemetery at the south side of the river. Previous to coming to the West Coast, Mr. Revel was Inspector of Police at Canterbury, stationed at Timaru. He received the offer of appointment as agent for the provincial government on the West Coast in November 1863, which he accepted. At the same time, he received an appointment as Justice of the Peace. He was accompanied by his brother, J.C. Revel, who was appointed as his assistant. They left Littleton for the west coast via Nelson, per SS Nelson, on 8th January 1864. The following information I obtained from Mr. Revel. The first lot of gold purchased by him was on the 27th January 1864 from a man named Hughes, viz. 1 ounce, 12 pennyweight, 1 grain, for which he paid £6 6s, being at the rate of £3 10s per ounce. He underwent some severe hardships. On one occasion it took him 2 hours to light a fire. On another, being footsore, his boots all in pieces, he strapped Maori shoes on for soles. Often he had to make a meal of Maori hen. On one trip, which lasted 14 days, he was carrying 30 pounds of flour, besides blankets, tent gear, etc. On the 8th of April, an old Maori chief died, by the name Tarupui. He was a good friend to the Pakeha, white man. He would share his last morsel with him without payment, while others would refuse. On the 9th of April, the remains of C. Townsend and Peter Mitchelmore were removed by Revel and party to the new cemetery, and on the 11th, Tarupui was buried in an old cave a short distance from the Maori encampment, together with his clothes, blanket, stick, and in short, everything he had in his possession. The first horses on the grave were brought down by Simon the Maori on the 11th April 1864. On the 15th, Revel, Kennedy and Hughes went to the Terumaco to disinter the remains of the late John Whitcomb, who was drowned in May 1863 while endeavouring to cross the Terumaco River in 2 small canoes tied together. They returned next day with his remains, which they interred in the cemetery at the Grey. The 3 graves are side by side. On the north side lies Whitcomb, in the centre Townsend, and on the south Mitchelmore. A monument has since been erected to their memory at Hokitika, the only one in that town. On the 22nd May, Smart and French returned from a prospecting tour about the Terumaco and Hohuna rivers, having found gold in payable quantities. A. Hunt, one of a party of 4 miners, having been at work there for some time and getting payable gold. On the 20th June he reported to John Revel that during the last 2 months he had obtained about 15 ounces of gold, samples of which he showed him, some of the pieces weighing close upon 2 pennyweights. He applied for a prospecting claim, which was granted. He was the first person on the west coast who found gold in payable quantities. 19th July. W. H. Revel and J. Hammond, jail messenger, started overland for Christchurch to report the discovery of a goldfield and to obtain a supply of boots, clothes, etc. 21st July. A fire was observed burning on the North Beach this afternoon. 6 men en route for the diggings arrived under the leadership of John French, who reported the charter of the schooner Mary to bring Mr. Blake's store from the Buller. 22nd July. SS Nelson of Nelson arrived during the night and entered the river this morning at 12 o'clock, it being then about 3/4 flood. Reuben Waite was a passenger by her. This was the first steamer that crossed the Grey Bar. 29th July. Mr. Rochefort returned today from a trip southward, having been as far as Jackson's Bay. He left the Grey on the 2nd May. 31st July. About 20 diggers arrived at the Hohuna dissatisfied, trying to create disturbances and threatening French with a razor. 9th August. Accounts from the diggings very conflicting. 19th August. W. H. Revel, Sergeant Brougham and Constable Cooper arrived at the Greenstone overland from Christchurch. 22nd August. The 3 above named arrived at the Grey. 23rd August. Smart and French staying at depot, waiting for the diggers to become a little pacified. 11th September. The cutter Aquila, 27 tons, J. Horston, master, from Invercargill arrived at the Grey, crossed the bar on the afternoon tide with 18 miners, 10,000 feet of timber and 2 tons of flour. The captain reports a bark and cutter for Jackson's Bay, where they intend to remain during the summer months. 15th September. The ferry started at Paroa, Saltwater Creek. 8th October 1864. 2 parties at work at the Freshwater Creek on the Grey side of the Paroa, doing remarkably well, cleared out with 150 pounds of gold respectively. 14th October. Thomas Brennan, ferryman at the Paroa, drowned while trying to secure the ferry boat from the heavy seas that were rolling in. he was under the influence of liquor at the time. Any account of the early days of the West Coast would be incomplete with the name of Commissioner Sale omitted. The following is from the Tomahawk of date 21st May 1870. George Samuel Sale is a native of Rugby, Yorkshire, a man of high classical attainments, and possessed the full confidence of the Canterbury government at Christchurch, by whom he was employed. On the first rush, occasioned by the gold discovery on the western side of the ranges, Mr. Revell was appointed by the government as their acknowledged representative. But as the rush set in to an extent never anticipated by them, to Hokitika, not of the mining population alone, but men of intelligence and wealth, of good business habits, and who had considerable experience of goldfield life in other parts of the colonies. These were also accompanied by their employees, and craftsmen of almost every branch of mechanics, and to form this heterogeneous mass of people in an orderly and well-governed state of society, it was wisely deemed that a man of superior talents and high administrative qualifications was required, and for this purpose Mr. Sale was transferred from a lucrative post in the Treasury at Christchurch to Hokitika, with unlimited powers to deal with all judicial and financial questions, assisted, as he was ably, by the police to preserve the peace and good order of the district. How well this was carried out in the face of insuperable difficulties, none can judge but those who witnessed the extraordinary efforts made for that purpose, or, as it were, his inner life, in the organization of every department for carrying on the government satisfactorily. Under the comprehensive title of Commissioner, he performed the various duties of a deputy superintendent, treasurer, magistrate, warden, and a host of other duties that came in those rude times under his supervision. As a man of principle, he was firm and unyielding, whilst his integrity and honesty of purpose were unquestioned even by his bitterest foes. For who is there in such a position that could avoid making enemies, even whilst rendering strict justice, more especially by one who took a secret pleasure in defeating the machinations of those who sought to pervert its due course for their own selfish purposes? Ever ready to listen to the calls of humanity, every case of sickness caused by accident or temporary destitution was cared for, medical attendance provided until a hospital could be erected, or a building, such as could be extemporized under great pressure for that purpose, in Revell Street, was prepared. So arduous were these duties, that from early morn to deepest night, except when on the bench, he was literally besieged by applicants for assistance or advice, oft-times very wearying from the absurdity or ignorance displayed. A change in the government of Canterbury brought about a still greater change in the financial affairs of Westland. Jealous of the rising importance of this district, they placed a check upon its rapid progress. Hitherto the Commissioner had full powers not only to subsidize many improvements made by the inhabitants for the advancement of the town, but of forming streets, erecting public buildings, making a wharf, protecting the river banks, etc. But this was all suddenly suspended. All money received as revenue was ordered to be paid into the Bank of New Zealand to the credit of the East Canterbury government. All public works were countermanded until the plans with the accompanying details were submitted for its approval, nor were any bills to be paid unless authorized by its vouchers. Thus the whole course of public improvements, so much needed in a young community, became paralyzed and prevented for a time the completion of work already far advanced. One circumstance alone will prove the vast amount of damage to the town by this ill-advised restriction placed on the public purse. The inroads of the Hokitika River below the wharf had become very serious. Several acres of the north bank, betwixt the wharf and the sea, had been swept away, which so alarmed the merchants of South Revell Street that they subscribed a large sum of money to continue the river protection westward. A sum from the general revenue was also promised by Mr. Sale to assist in carrying out this necessary work. But he was informed by Mr. Red Tape of Christchurch that if he expended any money on that work he would be held accountable for the same, or in other words, it would be deducted from his salary. What was the result? Nearly £1,000 worth of this partly finished protective work was swept away by the floods, and properties of some of our wealthiest merchants, to the extent of many thousands, were washed into the surf, and the river now runs triumphantly over the place where not only costly buildings once stood, but the happy homes of many industrious families. Now, although the suspension of this work had caused such irreparable damage, and the blame was attributed to him alone, he shrunk not from the censure, but endured all the sarcasm and contumely then unjustly showered upon him. Nor was it till long after that the whole truth was told, that he had been the constant, though often unavailing, advocate of Westland's rights, whilst we were under the domination of Christchurch. After much agitation, a change was wrought in Westland's favour. 2 gentlemen were permitted to represent her wants and wishes in the provincial council, and afterwards 3 more were added to the number. But these were often powerless for good, being outvoted by superior numbers. But, after a gallant struggle, they retired from the unequal contest. The continual sense of wrong under which Westland had so long laboured found a vent in an attempt to gain separation from Canterbury. Several fruitless meetings were held, till at last about a dozen patriotic men were elected, and went to work in right earnest, and got up such a bill of indictment, or rather a full statement of Westland's grievances, as was never before witnessed in the southern hemisphere. Its effects were electrical. Thousands of names were attached to the monster petition, and dispatched to Mr. Stafford, then Chief Secretary at Wellington, and to the Honourable John Hall, his colleague, and to the energy of these 2, Westland is indebted for her severance from a cruel stepmother, and for giving her a simple form of local government. During all this time, Mr. Sale administered the affairs of the district unswervingly, and although during the latter portion of this time Mr. Bonar was nominally the head as Goldfields secretary, and during his year of office as county chairman, Mr. Sale as county secretary was the mainspring of the government machinery, for all business of importance was referred to him, and without his advice nothing was done. He continued to hold office until the amended Act came into operation, when, by some oversight of the authors of the bill, the post of county secretary was omitted. He was by this time better appreciated, and being invited to stand as a candidate for a seat in the new county council for the borough of Hokitika, he consented, and was accordingly elected. Unfortunately for us, his constituents, business of importance called him to England, and we have now to deplore his loss, for a man of more business capabilities, purer disinterestedness, or sterner integrity never trod the shores of Westland. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Banking Under Difficulties by George Ogilvy Preshaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. Chapter 23. The first building erected by the Bank of New South Wales at Hokitika was a corrugated iron one, 12 by 20, divided into bank office, 12 by 12, and sleeping apartment, 12 by 8. In the smaller room, 4 of us slept on the floor on a bed of straw. Our meals we took at an eating house close by, for which we paid 50 shillings per week each. This building did duty till the rush fairly set in, when a more commodious bank chamber was erected, with manager's residence at the rear. The front of this building had 3 French windows in it, facing and abutting the pathway. One night, when I was away from home, a horse camped in front of one of the windows, and backed into the bedroom, nearly frightening the life out of my wife. Mrs. Preshaw was one of the first ladies on the west coast, and for a long time had to do all her own work, no servants being obtainable. After some months we succeeded in getting one, £1 a week being the wages paid, which was equivalent to £2, inasmuch as living was so dear. Flour 1 shilling 4p per pound, meat from 1 shilling to 2 shillings 6p, milk 4 shillings per quart, washing 12 shillings per dozen, and other things in proportion. Vegetables were not to be had at any price. An occasional carrot from a bag of horse carrots and dried peas were all we could get. The horses were fed out of nosebags. My little nag, Nobby, like his master, was a capital fossicker. His own feed finished and nosebag taken off, he would make for the nearest horse, quietly take off his nosebag, and feed away. He would kick out right and left, no getting near him till the feed was finished. Oftentimes, when horse feed was scarce, I've seen horses eating sugar bags and post and rail fences. As an instance of the discomforts of the early days and the servant girl nuisance, a friend of mine, Mr. B., a well-known magistrate, was appointed warden, etc., of a certain goldfield, and proceeded to the field of his future labours, leaving his wife and family behind until he could secure some place for them to live in. He was successful so far, and wrote to Mrs. B. to join him. The weather was extremely wet. On Mr. B.'s return from visiting some outlying district, the rain was descending in torrents, and on entering the house he found Mrs. B. and her children in bed, Mrs. B. with an umbrella over her head and a tea-tray on her lap, as being the best or about the only way to keep her and the children from being drenched. Matters improved, however, after a time. A better habitation was erected, and a servant obtained. The latter was another trouble. One evening Mrs. B. entered the kitchen and found the servant sitting on the knee of the sergeant of police. Making some remark, she walked out. Next morning the servant gave her notice to leave, and on being asked the reason, replied, "Well, mum, I think you were very rude to the sergeant last night." We had been without the sight of a beefsteak or a chop for a month, when late one morning a steamer was seen coming towards the dreaded bar. Soon she was made out as the William Miskin, a small screw boat owned by two friends of mine, now resident in Sydney. All the town went to see the Miskin cross the bar, or pile up on the beach, for at that time there were 29 steamers and sailing vessels piled up at the entrance of the river, some on top of others. On she came fairly well, until the cry went up, 100 to 10 she goes ashore, and the odds went on to 100 to 5, amidst great excitement, without finding takers. But at this critical moment, just as she was struck by a heavy roller and her fate seemed sealed, she shook herself free, and answering her helm like a yacht, steamed over the last danger and into the river, to the joy of all. It was seen that she had some sheep and cattle on board. We anxiously looked forward to a good square meal, all hands being pretty well tired of bacon and sardines. On reaching the wharf, a rush was made on board, and the owner was asked what he would take for his livestock. He knew how to open his mouth, for he had seen Goldfield rushes before, sold his fat bullocks at £75 a head, and sheep at £5 each, cash down before delivery, and the removal at the risk and cost of the buyer. In another hour, a crowd was to be seen about the butcher's shop, waiting in turn to secure beef at 2 shillings 6 per pound. The steamboat owner did well, for he informed me he had purchased the cattle at £18 a head and the sheep at 18 shillings each, 48 hours before in Nelson, and placed them on his already overfreighted ship deck, for better for worse. We had a novelty about this time, a vessel coming over the bar bottom up. The report came one tide time that a ship was sailing in bottom up. It is needless to say the informer was an Italian. We, of course, rushed to see the sight, and to render assistance, when, sure enough, there was a vessel bottom up, and a crew in the rollers trying to make for the shore. They'd each secured some floating object, and got safely over the break, but kept drifting with the current along the shore, and it was a considerable time before we could manage to get a line thrown far enough to reach them. At last we had the satisfaction of landing them all on the beach. Their craft capsized with a strong wind and heavy rollers, eventually landing on the shore with her deck downward and her keel in the air. Hokitika being a bar harbour, only vessels of light draught could enter the river. The ocean steamers were tended by small steamers. The Favourite and the Bruce were two of the principal ones. The charge for conveying passengers from the roadstead to the wharf, a distance of 3 miles, was £1 a head, £4 a ton for goods. Allotments were marked off on the sea beach, a safe distance above high water mark, ranging from 30 feet frontage by a depth of 60 feet. These sold readily from £20 to £100 an allotment, and, if anything of a decent building thereon, from £200 to £500. £3 10 shillings per cubic weight was the charge for packing goods from Hokitika to Waimea, a distance of 15 miles. The shipping losses in 1865, i.e. value of ships and goods damaged and destroyed, must have been hundreds of thousands of pounds. One of the first wrecks was the Montezuma. followed by the Oak, Sir Francis Drake, Titania, and others. In many cases the vessels did not become total wrecks, being thrown high up on the beach. They were then raised on screwjacks and placed on ways. The distance between the sea and the river, which here ran parallel to the beach, was about 50 yards, so that after being elevated to the highest point on the spit, they readily ran down the greased incline. One of the leading auctioneers, R. Reeves, did an immense business selling cargoes, and oftentimes the vessels themselves. To give an idea of his business, his advertisements in the local paper, the West Coast Times, came to £250 a month. One of the most exciting days in shipping circles was the 6th of October 1865. No fewer than 13 vessels sailed over the bar, and all but one got in safely. The Maria was the unfortunate one. She was loaded up for Cassius and Comiskey. Cassius was on the beach in a most excited state. On one occasion, a steamer was unable to land her passengers for 10 days. In the offing was to be seen the Claude Hamilton from Dunedin and Christchurch, with a large crowd of passengers and light freight. There she had been, to the discomfort of her people, pitching and rolling and awaiting the chance of a small steamer tendering her. But though she steamed into the roadstead every tide, and fired guns and hoisted signals, no one went to her assistance. To my friend in the Miskin, for the small consideration of £500, agreed to go out next tide and transship in boats to his own craft those ill-fated ladies, children, and diggers who were so eager to get ashore and turn their valuable time to a more profitable account. And in 6 hours, my friend, for his pluck, was £500 a better man. On the steamer Lioness got ashore, and being a gold mine to her owners, they spent £1,000 at least in lifting her on wooden blocks of timber ready to launch. And during the night, a flood came down the river and opened out a new channel under the steamer's keel. She sank down and gradually turned her paddle boxes in the sand, and at daylight was found keel up. Her fate was now considered sealed. All the clever folk railed at the owners for not cutting open her side and saving the machinery, but they replied, like the Yankee who was stuck up, "Your money or your brains? Blow away, mate. I guess you might as well go to New York without brains as without money." What is the use of old machinery and no hull? Next morning they had the satisfaction of seeing the Lioness return to her proper position, upright, from which she shortly afterwards was launched into her native element. Yeats, whose name is mentioned in Chapter 10, arrived on the coast in July 1865 per SS Titania, which vessel was wrecked in crossing the bar and sold next day for the benefit of the owners for £125. I was just on the eve of starting for the Grey River with Walmsley, news from that place of extraordinary deposits of gold having been discovered being received. Yeats accompanied us. We found on our arrival such a state of excitement as I have rarely witnessed. The few miners returning for supplies reported the new diggings to be the richest ever opened in New Zealand. The following entry appears in my diary. 12 new gullies, all now in course of being worked, the yields from some of which are remarkably good. The diggings are all on the Nelson side of the Grey, but as the government of that province have no one to represent them on the ground, the port township is likely to be formed on the Canterbury side of the river, which is in every respect the better, having deeper water, etc. Fine block of land, country suitable for the formation of a township. Having secured a site and shipped timber and iron for an office from Hokitika. The miners are leaving the Hokitika district in hundreds, and before many weeks are past I expect the Grey township will be the most important on the west coast. The bar entrance, though narrow, is in a line with the river, and is reported not likely to be such an obstruction to navigation as the Hokitika. Sweeney, referred to under date 10th November 1864, did remarkably well at carting and packing. This he gave up after a time and took to storekeeping, at which he made money. Soon after the Totara rush broke out, he started a branch store on the riverbank, half a mile from its mouth, which was conducted by my old Kiandra friend Maxwell, or Daddy, as he was generally known. On one of my trips from the Totara, I called in to see him. I had made an early start and found the store closed. However, I pulled the tent door aside and found my Noble Daddy stretched at full length on front of the counter, wrapped up in his blankets with his head in a bag. I roused him up. He informed me the bag acted in place of a mosquito net. I pointed to some flour in regular tracks and asked the meaning of it. He said it was to keep the rats from the flour bags in his head. Daddy, in course of time, went into business on his own account, made money, and is now in an independent position. Sweeney was a genial, good-natured sort of fellow. In fact, his good nature was the ruin of him, inasmuch as he always had a lot of hangers-on at the store, men whom he had known at different times and at different places, and who imposed on him. On one occasion I said to him, "Why are these fellows, who are as well able to work as you are, loafing about you?" He laughed and said, "What's the odds? It's only a feed. I don't miss it. Maybe hard up myself some day." Many a pound he gave away to men who were too lazy to work. A poor fellow. He has joined the great majority. He died in Auckland in 1875 of consumption, leaving a wife and family totally unprovided for. The following extract is from a West Coast paper. Many a meal I have had in the kitchen referred to. Blake had a good helpmate in his wife, coined money in the good old times, and is now living on his means. A short, thick-set, muscular man, strong of will and resolute of purpose, with a weakness for Nelson ale and massive greenstone pendants to his watch-chain, was Blake. A man who was more at home on a vessel's deck than behind a counter, and could handle a steer-oar better than a steel pen. In short, like that redoubtable old king, whose mark for Rex was a single X, and whose drink was ditto double, Blake scorned the fetters of 24 letters, and it saved him a vast deal of trouble. Yet a shrewd character was Isaac Blake. The first time we visited the town that bore his name, we crowded into the kitchen of his little slab store and regaled ourselves on half-a-crown's worth of ship biscuit and butter, prefaced by a thin rasher of bacon and a couple of high-coloured malodorous eggs, the whole dignified by the name of dinner. And being somewhat pushed for room, we remarked on the fact, and suggested that our host should get more commodious premises. "Aye, aye," was the response. "If the coast goes ahead, I'll get some corrugated iron from Nelson." No orthepist, but an able dealer, he did not believe in parting with his goods unless he received full value in return. A poet of the period, who had possibly been refused drinks on account, thus gave vent to his spleen. "Old Blake is the mercantile lion, the king of the beasts of the port. You're putting through tricks you may try on, but he's not the one to be caught." But though an unlettered man, naturally rough, and not made any smoother by years of hard buffeting with men as rude as himself, Blake still possessed a little of the poetry of childhood. The love of the beautiful that is implanted in all youthful breasts was not altogether dead within his, and when the above lines were warbled to him by a half-intoxicated customer, he shouted for all hands, and vowed that that pioneer, the writer of that 'ere song, should never want a 50 of flour while he remained on the coast. Another characteristic anecdote showing the man's firmness and sensibility, and we let Blake alone. He received a business letter, and I read it for him. It merely contained invoices of goods and solicited further patronage. "What's on the envelope?" said Blake. "Your name and address," I answered. "What's there behind the name?" "Esquire," I replied. "Well, I'm damned," said the merchant. "I've laid out money, cash down, hundreds of pounds with that firm, and now they take a rise out of a man by calling him Esquire. Not another penny will they see of my money," he added with an oath, and he kept his word. "Lives of great men all remind us we may make our lives sublime, and departing leave behind us footprints on the sands of time." Blaketown had its day, and its glory departed. "How's trade?" I asked one morning, shortly after Greymouth was a township. "There ain't been a fight this week," was the answer. It was brief, and to the uninitiated ambiguous, but to me it told a sad tale of ruin and decay. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Banking Under Difficulties by George Ogilvy Preshaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. Chapter 24. The following paragraph appeared in a West Coast paper of July 1865. We hear that no slight excitement was caused at Rosstown by the stirring commercial news from England, and especially by the report that the Commercial Bank in Dunedin had suspended payment, and that a run had been made upon the Bank of New Zealand. The latter item created a panic which occasioned quite a rush upon the branch of that bank at Rosstown. The establishment was besieged by depositors who clamorously demanded cash, but in their hurry forgot to discriminate between the relative value of gold and paper, very readily accepting notes in lieu of gold. So heavy were the demands that the notes of the establishment ran out, and what might have happened no one can tell had not the New South Wales and Union Banks come to the rescue by sending in a timely supply of their paper. Fortunately, this was amply sufficient to meet all demands, and the day closed peaceably. By the next morning the panic had ceased, and in due time the bank again received its own. But we should imagine that the parties interested must have felt quite chapfallen at their ludicrous mistake. About the same time I received intimation from our agent at Okarito that a rush on the Bank of New Zealand had taken place in that township. The regular coasting steamer, the Bruce, was wrecked on the 8th of July, and from that time the postal communication with Hokitika was very irregular. In fact, the people of Okarito were entirely dependent on private parties travelling for their correspondence, and on one of these gentlemen arriving and bringing with him a copy of one of the Hokitika papers, they were made acquainted with part of the first telegram of English news. The newspaper was handed to the editor of the Westland Observer, who, about 11 o'clock on the 23rd, issued an extraordinary. In this, amongst other failures in London, the name of the Oriental Bank appeared, and in the provincial part of the telegram it was reported that in Dunedin there was a heavy run on the Bank of Otago, the Bank of New Zealand, and the Union Bank. Although the extraordinary was freely issued in the town of Okarito, there was not the slightest alarm felt by the business community as to the stability of the Bank of New Zealand, and until 2:30 p.m. business went on as usual. About that time a number of miners rushed into the Bank of New Zealand from the 5 Mile, and demanded gold for their deposit receipts. The agent was at his wits' end to know how to act. Fortunately for him, Yates put in an appearance, and learning the cause of the excitement, he told the diggers that he did not believe in the truth of the report. Had it been true, he would have received some special communication from Hokitika. Several miners asked him if he would take Bank of New Zealand notes. He replied in the affirmative. This tended to allay the excitement. The next mail brought the news of the stoppage of the New Zealand Banking Corporation. The similarity of the name to that of the Bank of New Zealand had caused the panic. Okarito is situated about 50 miles south of Hokitika, and was at the date above mentioned a stirring place. The diggings were a few miles south, at a place known as the 5 Mile Beach. The claims, strange to say, were on the beach, just above high water mark. The lead extended for fully 3 miles, and the digging was only a few feet in depth. The top sand was scraped off until a layer of black sand a few inches thick was reached, which was immensely rich. Many a pile was made at the rush. A second lead was found some time afterwards a little further back from the beach, and a third still further inland, all running parallel to each other, the gold getting coarser the further they went from the sea. On this, as well as on many of the other beaches of the coast, it was quite a usual thing after stormy weather to find men removing the black sand, which had been thrown up after each tide, to a safe distance above high water mark, where it was piled up and washed at leisure. Many have been the theories to account for the beach deposits of gold on the west coast. The gold found is so fine and scaly that if dried it will actually float in water. One, and to me the likeliest theory, is that it has been washed down by the rivers, then washed up on the beach by the surf. It favours this theory that the deposits are nowhere found more than 3 or 4 miles from the entrance to the various rivers. This gold being so fine and the black sand so heavy renders a very complicated process for extracting the gold necessary, involving the use of quicksilver and copper plates. The latter I have known to be sold at the rate of £1 per £1 of copper. I was the first bank officer that visited the Rush, and although the majority of the miners had large quantities of gold in their possession, my purchases were very small, the price offered not being considered enough, but afterwards turned out to be a fair one. It was an impossibility to get the dust out of the gold, it being so fine. On my second trip I was nearly coming to grief. I was in a boat with 3 others, had got alongside the SS Nelson, which was headed downstream, and just on the point of starting for Hokitika, when the captain, no doubt thinking all passengers were on board, gave the order full speed ahead. I was standing up in the boat, and had got hold of the sponsons when the wheels revolved, taking the boat from under me. As soon as my legs touched the water, the tide running in at a rate of 4 knots an hour, I had to let go, and down I went. When I came to the surface, I was some distance astern of the steamer. I was perfectly cool and collected, and headed for the shore, which I would no doubt have reached, but had not gone far when the boat came after me, and I was with difficulty dragged into it. My clothes were so heavy that I could scarcely stand up on them. Got on board without delay, had a good stiff nobbler, and changed my clothes. Borrowed a shirt from one, and a pair of trousers from another, and a cap from somebody else, and was such a guy that when I reached home in the afternoon, my best friends did not know me. The following incident occurred about this time. Mr. Inspector Brougham was conducting some charge which had been preferred by the police against a prisoner, when, requiring a legal work to assist him, he turned round to one of the constables and desired him to go for Roscoe on evidence. The constable, not hearing the precise words made use of, took it to mean that a Mr. Roscoe was required in court to give evidence. There being only one Roscoe in Hokitika, who was the proprietor of the Manchester Hotel, the constable hastened out of court, and making up Hamilton Street with all speed, he soon reached the establishment and inquired for the landlord. "Is it Mr. Roscoe you want?" asked the barman. "Yes, certainly," was the answer. "He's wanted to give evidence at once at the police court. Where is he?" "You'll find him at the barber's across the street getting shaved," said the barman. The policeman ran over and found Mr. Roscoe a little more than half shaved. "You're wanted at once, Mr. Roscoe, at the police court. I'm sorry I can't wait till you've finished. You are to come at once." The jolly host naturally wished to know who wanted him, and what he was wanted for. "Don't know anything about it," said the constable. "All I was told was to bring Roscoe at once, and you must go without waiting any longer, shaved or unshaved." In obedience to the stern commands of the law, Mr. Roscoe, only shaved in part, and the lather still clinging like a fringe of hoarfrost along the edges of his whiskers, accompanied the policeman, and soon reached the court. Upon putting in an appearance, Mr. Brougham smartly demanded of the constable if he had found Roscoe. "Yes, sir, here he is," replied the man, producing the landlord of the Manchester Arms. Mr. Brougham saw the mistake at once. So did the magistrate. So did all assembled in the body of the court. So did the barristers and solicitors, and there was such a laugh laughed as has been seldom heard before within the walls of a magistrate's court. It was a great mistake, but an excusable one, which many a bright man might have committed. 'Tis a strange thing, unfortunately too true, that in the early days of the diggings there was more intemperance amongst doctors than any other class. One would naturally imagine that they, above all others, should be aware of the direful effects produced by this habit, and yet it is so. They will advise their patients to abstain from stimulants at the very time they themselves are strongly under the influence of them. I remember rather a ludicrous affair in connection with this subject. In one place on the west coast of New Zealand there were 2 doctors. Dr. D, sober and incompetent, Dr. W, always drunk, but very clever. At least he got the reputation of being so. The magistrate, having to send a man to the lunatic asylum, required the certificate of 2 medical men. There was nothing else to be done. He had to call in Dr. W, who appeared in his usual form. After signing the necessary papers, to do which Dr. W had to hold on to the table with one hand and wield the pen with the other, he said, addressing the magistrate, "Oh,
Mr. B, I'm so much obliged to you.
For what? Said the magistrate.
For the good advice you gave me 2 years ago. You advised me not to drink, and I have felt so much better ever since.
Poor old Dr. W. He died in the Brighton hospital a few months after. How is it that a drunken doctor is usually called clever? On the 12th of June, 1866, 4 men named Felix Matthew, John Kempthorne, James Dudley, and James de Pontius left the Deep Creek diggings with the intention of proceeding to Nelson, and from thence to the west coast. The first named was a respectable hotel keeper, whose name is mentioned in Chapter 10. The second a storekeeper, the third also a storekeeper, and the last a digger. That night they camped at the Pelorus Bridge, and after breakfast on the following morning started for Nelson. Several persons met them on the road, and they were last seen a little way on the Nelson side of Franklin Flat, where all traces of them ceased. The arrival of Matthew and party had been anxiously awaited by Messrs. Leo and Hartman, who had preceded the missing men from Deep Creek, and who were staying in Nelson in anticipation of meeting them. Their prolonged absence caused suspicion. A search party was formed and started on the 18th of June. On the 19th, a man named Levy, who was identified as having been seen at Matthew's hotel on the 10th of June, was arrested on suspicion of having been implicated in some way with the loss of Matthew's party. And a short time after, 3 others, viz. Burgess, Kelly, and Sullivan, were also taken into custody. The search party first discovered the dead body of a pack horse shot through the head, together with the swags of the missing men, which had been opened and searched. Afterwards, a pannikin containing some moistened gunpowder, as if prepared to blacken and disguise men's faces, and subsequently a double-barrelled gun and other things, but no trace of the missing men. On the 28th, Sullivan, availing himself of the offer of His Excellency the Governor of a free pardon to any but the actual murderers, confessed to his complicity in the deed, and gave information which led to the recovery of the bodies of the 4 men, as well as of a 5th, James Battle, whom they had cruelly murdered on the same day, 12th June. The bodies were recovered on the 29th Edom, and brought into Nelson the same evening. An inquest was held on the 30th, and a verdict returned that on or about the 13th June 1866, Felix Matthew and party were wilfully murdered on the Mangatapu. The funeral took place on 1st July and was attended by a large number of the leading citizens. During the short stay of Burgess and party in Nelson, they disposed of the greater portion of the gold taken from the murdered men to the different banks. Levy visited the Bank of New South Wales and concocted a plan of murdering all the inmates of the establishment and robbing the bank. The bank was visited by each of the men in succession, and as they all concurred in the feasibility of the scheme, it was agreed that Levy should proceed to Melbourne to procure the necessary disguises, and that the other 3 should remain in Nelson. The plan of murder and robbery was this: that when all was ready, one of the gang, well dressed for the occasion, should gain access to the manager in his private room just before closing, while others of the gang should be in the bank on pretence of business, and on the closing of the doors overpower the officers and murder them in a manner which would give no alarm outside. It was then intended to bury one of the bodies, leaving the others in the bank in order to give the appearance of one having murdered the rest and absconded. Sullivan also gave information which led to the discovery of the body of Mr. G. Dobson, surveyor, who was supposed to have been murdered a few miles from Greymouth in May 1866. Burgess and party were on the lookout for a gold buyer named Fox, who was in the habit of carrying the gold to Greymouth from his store at Mulry Gully by a bush track, but who, by some means receiving information that the bushrangers were on the lookout for him, resolved to go down by boat. Dobson, happening to go down the track, was bailed up by these demons, strangled and buried. The body was recovered on 5th July and buried on the 7th. The funeral service was read by the Lord Bishop of Christchurch. I will not dwell longer on this painful subject, but merely state that Burgess, Kelly, and Levy were duly tried, convicted, and executed. The execution took place in Nelson on 5th October. Sullivan, after a time, received his pardon and took ship to England as a first-class cabin passenger, but was recognised by a lady passenger, who happened to have a photo of him, and pointed out to the authorities on reaching England. Finding his movements closely watched, he took the first opportunity of returning to the colonies. On reaching Melbourne, he was immediately pounced upon by the police and incarcerated in the Melbourne jail, where he remained for some months. His liberty was after a time given him, and he made for his old home in Victoria, Wedderburn. But his friends knew him not. Every man's hand was against him. After a time he made his way to New South Wales, and, I believe, has since died. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Banking Under Difficulties by George Ogilvy Preshaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. Chapter 25. In the early days of the Goldfields, and in out-of-the-way places, if there were not two full-blown lawyers to be had, mining advocates, as they were termed, were allowed to appear and plead the cause of their clients. On one occasion a court was being presided over by the Commissioner, a rough and ready naval officer, who insisted upon deciding every case on equity principles, paying no attention whatever to legal quibbles, a rule that might be more applied these days with advantage. Mr. Smiler, mining advocate, commenced quoting Coke on Littleton, probably to show his erudition, but was immediately silenced by the worthy Commissioner with, "Coke upon Littleton be damned! What did he know about Wharton's coats?" 5th February 1867. Returned from a trip to Fox's, now known as Brighton. Found people in a great state of excitement, news having been received that gold had been discovered in large quantities at the Haast River, situated 50 miles south of Hokitika. The SS Alhambra was put on the berth and soon filled. I made up my mind to go down and have a look at the place. A trip in a steamer such as the Alhambra was a treat to one like myself, who was accustomed to travel in small coasting steamers overcrowded with passengers. One of my trips to Woodpecker Bay, Brighton, I shall never forget. Fancy a small steamer, 110 tons register, crowded to excess with scarcely standing room on the deck. Safely over the bar, the purser commenced his pleasing duty of collecting the fares, which was done in this way. All hands were called aft. The purser stood at the gangway, and as each one passed through he had to pay his fare. Growls innumerable were to be heard on all sides. That, however, was of no avail. Many pleaded poverty. In that case the police flag was hoisted on reaching the port of destination. By the time the police boat came alongside, and oftentimes before, men who had refused to pay or pleaded poverty, etc., found sufficient for their fares. On this very trip one man swore he hadn't a shilling, would go to jail, etc., but on the police putting in an appearance, suddenly found he had something like 20 £10 notes in his pocket. I often pitied the pursers, who had anything but enviable billets. As dinner hour approached, quite a crowd gathered around the cook's galley, and as soon as the meat, potatoes, and bread were handed out, they were rushed and taken possession of by a few. I was seated on the bridge where I could see all that was going on. One man got a piece of beef, 10 or 12 pounds in weight. This he divided amongst 4 of his mates, who took their respective junks and tore away at them, without either salt, pepper, bread, or potatoes, like so many dogs. A billy of potatoes followed. This was seized by a big, hulking fellow who helped himself plentifully and passed it on. Another man with an overcoat on I saw filled both his pockets. The bread was treated in like manner. This, with a plentiful supply of tea for all hands, formed the midday meal. In consequence of all this rushing, the majority had to go without. Had there been anything like discipline, there would have been plenty and to spare. As it was, the grub got into the hands of the few, who ate until they were filled, and what they could not eat they threw away. As a rule, the digger is quite as well behaved as any other man, but on this occasion I must say I was truly ashamed of the behaviour of some of them. Of course the cabin passengers were provided for and fared as well as could be expected. To proceed. On board the Alhambra one sat down in a comfortable cabin to a good substantial meal, which was exactly what I wanted, not having had anything worth eating for about a week. My friends Bonnard and Byrne accompanied me on this trip, which was rather enjoyable than otherwise. although we all had to do our share of roughing. Arrived at the Hast at 7 o'clock in the morning on the 7th, and after breakfast a few of us landed on one of the ship's boats. Not a safe thing to do as a rule on the coast, what are known as blind rollers, often rising and swamping a boat. But Captain Turnbull, chief harbour master at Hokitika, having crossed the bar a short time before and pronounced it quite safe, we chanced it. Captain, or as he was generally called, Jack McLean, had his hands full with such a crowd on board, but owing to his good-natured jocular style, he kept the best of friends with them all. One man was particularly noisy. "Bah, crumbs!" He would do this and that. Just as our boat was hauling off, he jumped in with, "Bah, crumbs, Captain! You mustn't go off without me." The rest of the passengers were taken ashore by the steamer Waipara, which vessel had been sent down to tend to the ocean steamer. On landing, we found very little stir and an apology for a township, and on making inquiries, found the diggings were some 3 miles away. The miners doing fairly, but no pile claims. We hunted about till we found our friend Brougham, who had a small tent erected close to the one occupied by the R.M., Mr. Fitzgerald. Here we took up our quarters for the night, made up a bed on the cold, cold ground. About 2 o'clock in the morning it began to rain and blow. So hard did it blow that Byrne and I had to hold on to the pole inside and Brougham to the ropes outside. Meanwhile, our blankets got saturated. This style of thing lasted for about an hour. We had no medical comforts. What with wood lice, wet blankets, and want of P.B., we were in a nice fix. However, we weathered it out until daylight, and of course sleep was out of the question. After breakfast, Mr. Cooper, the surveyor, started to mark off the township. No sooner did he put down a peg than down went at least a dozen alongside of it, each peg owner claiming that particular allotment. This lasted for the best part of the day, and gave plenty of work to the R.M. for a day or two after. Byrne and I took a walk round, hoping some charitably disposed individual would ask us to dinner. As no invitation came, and we were as hungry as hunters, we went to a store and purchased some ham and eggs, which we ourselves cooked and partook of there. I managed to secure a good tea at a storekeeper's named Mark's. Happening to drop in there promiscuous-like, I smelt something very like roast mutton. So I waited about until it was ready, when I received a hearty invitation to join them. This I was not slow to accept. After tea, I was standing at the store door doing the calumet of peace, when I saw 3 drunken diggers enter a shanty opposite. They called for drinks, which the landlord handed to them. They were leaving without payment, when he said, "Hold on, mates, I want 3 bob." One of the 3 walked back, and with his fist struck the landlord between the eyes. He objected to this style of payment, and pulled a revolver out of his pocket, which he presented at the fellow. The very sight of the revolver seemed to sober him, for he walked up and said, "Take my advice. Never draw your revolver unless you are determined to use it," and walked out of the place. I fully expected there would have been a row. When all was quiet, I walked over and remonstrated with him for acting as he had done. He said he knew he had acted wrongly in presenting the revolver, which he showed me, a proper pepper box so rusty that the barrel wouldn't revolve. But smarting under the pain of the blow and in the impulse of the moment, he scarcely knew what he was about. I visited the diggings next day, which we found about 3 miles from our camp. Nearly all were on gold, but no pile claims. I returned by the Bruce, a dirty little coasting steamer, the only advantage gained in travelling by her being that she could and would bump over the bar at any time when another vessel would not face it. We had a magnificent view of Mount Cook and the Francis Joseph Glacier. 9th July 1867. I was truly shocked to hear of the death of my old friend and brother officer Joe Yates, which melancholy event took place at Westport yesterday morning. The following is an extract from the West Coast Times. It is with sincere regret that we have to record the death of Mr. Joseph Yates, Inspector of Goldfield Agencies on the west coast of New Zealand for the Bank of New South Wales. Mr. Yates was a gentleman of great ability, and has, in a very great measure, contributed to the successful working of numerous Goldfields branch agencies attached to the Bank of New South Wales. Perhaps few can realise the hardships a branch inspector in the position that Mr. Yates occupied is compelled to undergo. Not only is he, in a great degree, held responsible for the success of any branch he may recommend to be opened, but he is called from one new goldfield to another at long distances asunder, frequently having to tramp the whole distance on foot in company of diggers, oftentimes sleeping hard and faring worse. We have known Mr. Yates, holding the high position of a confidential employé of the bank, being compelled for days altogether to take his meals under a calico covering, through which the rain penetrated as it would a sieve, and surrounded by the roughest of the rough, and to sleep almost anywhere he could find a vacant spot to lay his head down upon. Of course, this gentleman had to undergo no worse trials than others in similar situations of responsibility, but it certainly is not the pleasant, comfortable, and remunerative employment many people are apt to suppose. Mr. Yates used to say that although treated with all reasonable liberality by the bank directory, his expenses exceeded those allowed to the full extent of his income, and that without any extravagant indulgence. He was a gentleman widely known, deeply respected, and will be greatly missed. We subjoin an extract touching the death of Mr. Yates from the Westport Times. It is with sincere and profound regret that we have this day the melancholy duty of announcing the unexpected death of Mr. Joseph Yates, Goldfields Inspector of the Bank of New South Wales, but recently temporarily located here on the reopening of the Westport branch. The death of this gentleman has given quite a shock to the town, for he was universally respected by all who came in contact with him, and his honourable, genial nature endeared him to those who were intimate with him. No better friend to the miner was ever at the head of mining banking matters. No more charitable, kind-hearted man ever listened to a tale of distress, and none who told it were ever sent empty away by him. A more diligent or faithful servant no bank ever had, and we feel assured that the management and all who ever came in contact with the deceased gentleman will deeply share in the heartfelt sorrow that is felt in Westport at this unexpected death. He was taken ill only 6 days ago, with what were thought to be spasms, and was confined to his bed. Subsequently he became worse, and eventually was delirious, having only lucid moments for about 10 minutes on Sunday. He died about 3 a.m. yesterday morning, the only persons being present being Mr. Porter and Dr. Rockstro. I first met Yates at the Castlemaine branch of the Bank of New South Wales. From there he went to Malden, then known as Tarrangower. It was he who opened our branch there, and where he was stationed for some time. His next move was to Adelong in New South Wales, and from there he went to the Snowy River, Kiandra. He was for some time in Otago as a superintendent of goldfield agencies, and when the great rush to the west coast took place, he was removed thither. He was, as I once heard a friend of mine say, a man of rough exterior but of noble heart, a faithful servant of the bank, and a true friend to many. He was buried on the beach at Westport, and a plain but substantial monument was erected over his grave, the cost of which, £120, was readily subscribed in a short time by his numerous friends on the west coast. A much larger sum would have been subscribed, but the subscription was limited to £1 each, and the list closed as soon as the £120 was collected. In 1868, so much of the beach was washed away that it was found necessary to remove the body to the new Westport cemetery. The monument was taken down and re-erected over the spot which now marks the last resting place of my well-beloved friend. A curious case of attempted bribery occurred on one goldfield when I was on the spot. A dispute arose between two parties of miners. H party, claiming damages for encroachment, and K party admitting the encroachment, which they said was unintentional, but maintaining that the plaintiff H held too much ground. On the evening previous to the hearing of the case, H made his appearance at the warden's private residence, and requested an interview in private, which was accorded him. He then stated that his party wished to make the warden a present of £40. On being asked the reason, they said they knew he, the warden, was very poorly paid, and they wished him to accept the gift purely for friendship's sake. The warden, rather a vacillating person, but strictly honourable, did not know what answer to make. He had no intention of taking the money for his own use, but at the same time he wished to punish the men, so he asked H to call again in an hour. In the meantime, he consulted a solicitor, who advised him to take the money and advertise it in the next morning's paper as having been given to the hospital by H, through the warden.
This was done, and H had the satisfaction of reading in the morning paper that he had been a benefactor to the hospital to the extent of £40. H also lost his case. I was once staying at the Melbourne Hotel, Charleston, where there was a waiter named Mick. To what country he belonged, I will leave the reader to guess. Mick acted as waiter and delivered his orders to the cook from the dining room to the kitchen through a slide in the wall. One day the warden came in to dinner, and Mick recounted the various dishes, amongst which was sheep's head and brain sauce, on which the warden decided. Mick roared out the order thus: "Sheep's head and brains for the warden." No one laughed louder than the warden himself. In the same Charleston was a character named Black Jamie. Jamie was engaged by the manager of the Union Bank to keep the premises clean and look after the place in the evenings. The manager supplied Jamie with a revolver and instructed him to keep watch, and if he saw any person prowling about at night, he was to challenge them 3 times, and if they did not answer, he was to fire. "All right, sir," said Jamie. "Suppose my own mother comes, sir. She not answer when I challenge, I bust her up like a carrot." It will not be surprising to learn that the disturbing element in British politics for many years should make itself felt in the Antipodes. After the execution of 3 fanatics at Manchester for the murder of the policeman Brett, a certain fanatic named O'Farrell at Sydney concealed a weapon on his person and maliciously fired at the Duke of Edinburgh. Fortunately, although the ball took effect, the result was only a temporary indisposition from which the Duke has since entirely recovered. At the trial of O'Farrell, his intention no doubt was to take the life of the Duke. The jury found him guilty, and he was duly executed. At the time of the disturbances on the west coast, the news from England brought accounts of the execution of the 3 fanatics at Manchester, also the outlines of the attempted assassination of the Duke of Edinburgh at Sydney. During the great excitement of party feeling, when leading citizens went about carrying arms and almost everyone wore a distinctive badge, the loyal and law-abiding had blue ribbons in their hats or coats. The Fenians, of course, sported green, and frequent minor collisions occurred, which resulted in free fights. The county police, a very fine, well-trained body of constables recruited from the Irish constabulary, under the command of Inspector Brougham, did good and effective service, the inspector himself displaying evidence of great coolness and determination. On one occasion, single-handed, he walked into the room of a public house where about a dozen of the ringleaders of the Fenian party were assembled, and arrested the lot, and with assistance marched them to the camp and kept them in confinement. If this had not been done in the nick of time, who knows to what length these misguided people might have gone. The situation of the west coast is particularly favourable to the development of any disturbance of law and order, owing to the difficulty of access. At times, the entrance to the river from the sea is entirely blocked. In 1866, the bar was closed for 100 days. The road from Canterbury over the mountains, on which the mail coach runs twice a week, is in places exceedingly steep and difficult. No other approach is open except the sea beach, north and south, and there is great difficulty and danger in landing, even by surf boats. In such an isolated district, where several thousand Irishmen were scattered, of course a certain proportion of Fenians were sure to be found. It may be remarked in passing that the diggers on the west coast were as fine a race of men as could be found on any goldfield, well-grown, strong-bodied men, and generally well-behaved. Large meetings were held, inflammatory speeches delivered, and, sad to say, a priest of the Romish Church, who exercised great influence amongst the miners, did not fail to appear and aid by every means in his power to stir up dissension and trouble. Their exertions culminated in a mock funeral and a forcible entrance to the cemetery near Hokitika to plant a huge cross with the names of the supposed martyrs. This was effected on Sunday, 8th March, 1868, with bands of music and various devices such as IR, Irish Republic, Emmet, 'tis treason to love her, death to defend, etc. Previous to the trial taking place, a demonstration was made in favour of law and order. The Fenians numbered 800, but when the procession of law-abiding citizens rolled up, from Waimea and Stafford and other outlying towns, over 1,200 strong, it was easily seen what would be the result of a disturbance should the Fenians interfere with the peace of the district. Before the trial began, the affair was treated as a fiasco, but having been committed by the magistrates, they would have to go through the Supreme Court. Judge Richmond said the counts of indictment against the prisoners had been more carefully prepared than he had reason to expect in that remote district. He explained the law of treason and unlawful assembling. An eminent Melbourne barrister had been brought over specially to defend the prisoners. He raised points of law, some of which were allowed, and then made an eloquent speech on their behalf. Conviction followed. Father Larkin got a month for the celebration of mock masses, and was fined £20 for being in the procession. This and the other judgments were mild, and peace once more prevailed. On one of the rushes, no need to particularize, the warden, who certainly never ought to have been placed in such a position, was hearing evidence as to some mining dispute, and as too often happens, the 12 men forming the plaintiff's party swore diametrically opposite to the same number of defendants. This placed the poor warden in a dilemma from which he saw no means of escape, and he whiningly said, "How am I to decide this case? Here are 12 men swear one thing, and 12 others swear directly opposite." After some deliberation, a happy thought struck him, and he exclaimed, "I will call for a show of hands." End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Banking Under Difficulties by George Ogilvy Preshaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. Chapter 26. Truly, the banker of the old digging days was different to that curled darling Montmorency Fitzjones, idle at the block and much invited out of Potts Point. A slab hut, roofed with galvanized iron, formed but a sorry contrast to the palatial buildings in the cities, or the comfortable residences in the towns of the present day. As will have been seen, in many instances a tent was deemed sufficient in which to transact business of thousands per diem. The manager, too, had to be hail fellow well met, by no means too proud to go out and have a nobbler with the lucky seller of a large parcel of gold. Clerks did their work on hot days with their coats off, and on cold wet ones with hats and greatcoats on, and often a lighted pipe was a welcome solace while standing at the counter. What would a smug clerk of the Bank of England, who would probably faint at his counter or desk without the regulation dress coat, think of this? Scene: Country Bank. Dramatis personae: manager and assistant at counter in cabbage tree hats and smoking. Size of banking room 8 feet by 10 feet. Enter Luggy Dicker, lock. "I say, boss, what you giving for gold?" Manager: "Turn it out into this dish and let me have a look at it." Digger turns it out. Manager: "That's Waimea gold. Can't give you more than £3 17 shillings an ounce." Digger: "That be blood. Why, the Bank of New Zealand's giving £3 18 shillings. Manager: "Not for Waimea gold." At last a price is agreed upon, and the cleaning process commences. The gold is placed in a small copper scoop and is stirred round with a powerful magnet to clear it of any iron that may be amongst it. It is then carefully shaken up until any sand that may be in it is brought to the front. This is blown out, a sort of careful winnowing, in fact. By these means the gold is cleared from all impurities. I may explain to the entirely uninitiated that this only applies to alluvial gold. For that found in reefs, another and much more elaborate process is necessary. The copper scoop must of course be thoroughly dry, and so damp was the climate of the west coast that I had frequently to carry about with me a small stove over which the scoops were placed. A banker, again, is not usually the sort of man upon whom one would expect practical jokes to be played. The digger, however, reverences no one, as will be seen by the following little incident. Enter into the bank a digger. "I say, mister, how do you sell crinolines?" "What do you mean?" was my reply. "Well, old man, you needn't be so Scotty. Only when a fellow sees a crinoline hanging over the door, he naturally thinks they're for sale." I rushed out.
and sure enough, exposed to the gaze of an admiring crowd was a prodigious crinoline that had been quietly hung over the door by my neighbour, Mr. B., a large storekeeper. There was nothing for it but to join in the laugh and endeavour to repay the joke, which I did, with interest, by misplacing some of his price tickets on his goods, and sending an irascible digger to purchase the cheap goods. "Let's have 4 pair of them moleskins, such as you have ticketed up outside." The trousers, whose ticket I had altered from 12 shillings to 4 shillings, were made up into a neat parcel, and 16 shillings duly deposited for payment. "Some mistake, sir," said B. "These moles are 12 shillings a pair." "Then what the sanguinary Sheol are those you have outside marked 4 shillings? Another dodge, I suppose. You don't Jew me, old man. Let's see him as is ticketed." B, of course, explains that he is none at that price, and when, after a rather heated discussion, he is dragged outside to see, he protests it's a mistake, etc. But this his customer won't see, and makes such a row that he is eventually allowed to go away with his cheap purchase. Next day I remarked to B that I heard he was selling moleskins cheaper than I could afford to sell crinolines. When a big, or in fact any account is now open, we all know that there is some small business-like work done. The signature is taken leisurely, and the whole transaction is methodically completed. One day, walking along the beach, I met Mr. K, of the well-known firm of K Brothers. "Just the man I wanted to see. You're Mr. Preshaw, aren't you?" "Yes," I replied. "I want to open an account with your bank. You may as well take the money now," handing me a deposit consisting of notes, gold and silver coin, which I transferred to my trousers pocket, at the same time making a memorandum of the transaction in my pocket-book. I bid Mr. K good day, and went on my way. On another occasion, I gave a man on the beach a deposit receipt on a leaf torn from my pocket-book. These and similar instances will show how implicitly anyone connected with banking was trusted in those days. Unfortunately, the converse would not always hold good. A favourite trick of the diggers was to endeavour to pass off gold from one part as having been obtained at another. The assays of the different diggings varied immensely, and while some gold was worth £3 18 shillings per ounce, that from other diggings might not be worth more than £3 12 shillings. However, after a little practice, one soon got used to these little tricks, and was astonishing with what ease one could place any particular parcel of gold brought in. I hardly think, however, that many of our colonials would have exhibited the same amount of gullibility as is shown in the following extract from the Banker's Magazine. The London Banker and the Irish Mountain. In the flourishing seaport of Sligo, on the north-western coast of Ireland, is celebrated for the boldness and beauty of its scenery. A short distance from the town there is a perpendicular or slightly sloping mountain called Ben Bulben, better known in Ireland than in England. About half a century ago, a trader in Sligo, more remarkable for enterprise than integrity, having exhausted all the legitimate and ordinary means of raising money, conceived the idea of floating fictitious acceptances, and with this object he forwarded to his English banker for discount several bills of exchange drawn on and accepted by Ben Bulben and Company. The London banker, not being acquainted with the acceptors, wrote to his Irish correspondent for his confidential opinion of the firm. The latter, well known for his humour in treating the inquiry as a joke, replied as follows. The parties inquired about are long resident in this locality, and are looked up to as the most extensive landholders in this district, possessing within their own limits the varied resources of rich pasture, turbary, and an inexhaustible supply of mineral wealth and an unrivalled water power. In character, Ben, the principal of the partnership, is what we call here a stiff-necked sort of fellow, and I've heard it said that if his cap were on he would not take it off to royalty. Although he is constantly imbibing Mountain Dew, a term often used to express illicit spirits, his steadiness is undoubted, and as to his stability it cannot be questioned. In fact, he is the principal of the chain of mountains which runs through this and the adjoining counties. This description, though meant as a joke,
was actually considered by the London banker as a bona fide communication, and though the bills were actually drawn on Ben Baldwin and Company, a mountain range near Sligo, they were actually discounted, and the manager of the bank, when the fraud was discovered, was compelled to resign. With all the apparent roughness and seemingly loose way of doing business, great care had to be exercised. And if some, accustomed to the strict discipline of the head office, rejoiced at the apparent slackness, they soon found that, though it was pleasant enough to have a yarn with a customer in the middle of the day, yet it was more than made up by having to get up, possibly at night, to buy a parcel of gold, or that riding on business was very nice, but when it came to your horse bolting, upsetting you, and leaving you to foot it some 10 or 20 miles, carrying possibly some 500 ounces of gold, it was not altogether so pleasant. How would some of my young juniors in Sydney like the following experience of a well-known officer, for the truth of which I can vouch, and which I give in his own words? In 1863, when acting as junior at Manaharikia Agency, situated at the junction of the river of that name with the Clutha, Mr. Yates paid a visit of inspection, on the completion of which he said, "Youngster, I will require you to accompany me to the Teviot to bring down cash and collect gold bought by our storekeepers." "What am I to ride, Mr. Yates?" "The grey, of course. I can get nothing else." This announcement was not very comforting to me, seeing that Sherman's Rough Rider had been entertaining the residents with his feats of horsemanship on this animal. I could ride, but not with the seat required to maintain one's position for on a buck jumper, and the grey could go in a docker when started. Quietly took my chance. The nag was brought out the following morning. All the good folk turned out to see the fun. Luckily for me, a friendly packer who was going with me said, "Leave your spurs behind, and don't touch her with your heels." Following his advice, I mounted. Yates had a twinkle in his eye, but my friend pushed his horse alongside of the grey, took a lead, and to my relief she followed without a kick. Our road lay over the knobby ranges, and when nearing a deep chasm or gorge about 3 miles from the Teviot, Yates, seeing my steed travelling as lively as a bag of fleas, said, "You take my horse, as you're a lightweight, and I will ride your mount." As we had to lead our horses up and down to cross this ravine, I took the lead with Yates' horse, and being young and active, I was up and out of it some time before my boss. The thought then struck me, if he rips his spurs into her, there'll be a kick up. I went ahead, keeping good lookout behind. I saw him mount, but the horse did not move ahead. Yates weighed over 16 stone and had a good seat, so I had no fear for him, therefore went on my way, reaching Ballantyne's store. Long after, in marched Yates, leading the grey, and speaking in strong language. He informed me that if I had remained he would have finished his journey on his own horse. I thought so too. After our supper of sardines and dry beard, I said, "Where am I to sleep?" "Anywhere you like, except in those 2 bunks, one being Ballantyne's, the other mine." Ballantyne said there was a tent outside with a flour bag stretched between 2 poles, and he gave me half a blanket. The night was bitterly cold, with heavy snow, and the place was swarming with rats, so that I was glad when daylight came. "What have you for breakfast?" I asked. "Tin of cold fish and bread." "I will try for something better in the township." I found a small shanty, and on asking if they could furnish me with a hot breakfast, was informed they could, and a good steak was the result, which I had hardly finished when the chief's rosy face appeared. "Hello, you here? What? Had breakfast? Landlord, get some ready for me." And a good comfortable tuck-in the old man had. We were now ready for work, and after riding many miles, visiting numbers of small stores, we took their various purchases, leaving cash for future operations. Night saw us back again at the wretched Ballantyne erection with 500 ounces of gold, which Yates slept on, while I went to roost with the rats. Next morning we started on our return journey, but with only 1 horse, as the grey belonged to a party at Teviot, and we expected to get a bank horse that was turned out at a place near Teviot. When we reached there, we found the horse could not travel. Yates determined to go on ride and tie. The latter operation was effected with the aid of snow poles, which a thoughtful government had provided to guide travellers over this wild range. The snow was heavy underfoot and dense in the air, and we blessed these poles. As it was not safe to leave the gold on the saddle, on fastening the horse to the pole, the rider humped the gold till the mounted one overtook him and relieved him. Now 500 ounces of gold is a heavy handicap to carry in snow, and we did not reach Manaharikia until night. Here we borrowed a dray horse and journeyed on to the Dunstan township, Yates' headquarters, where we arrived late at night. This trip will give some idea of the exposure and peril which this devoted servant of the bank was always ready and willing to face in the interests of the great institution which he so well served, and will also illustrate the training which Mr. Yates gave his juniors, which, though severe, was looked back upon with feelings of thankfulness by those officers who served under him. On reviewing my past life on the Goldfields, especially that part of it spent on the west coast of New Zealand, I wonder how I could have gone through the dangers and hardships I did. Nothing would induce me to go through the old life again. For the first 6 months of my stay on the coast I had no office. My safe was for a time at Waite's store, afterwards removed for convenience sake to the Terimako. I was continually on the move, following the different rushes. I had no home. When at the Grey I had my meals in a bed at the police camp with my friends Brougham and O'Donnell. When on the move, had to do the best I could. Sometimes have a meal at a shanty. Sometimes purchase a tin of sardines and a few ship biscuits. Sometimes have a meal of seagull eggs, and so on. Once a week, my wife, who was living in Nelson, sent me a kerosene tin filled with homemade bread, cake, potatoes, and different sorts of vegetables, the only time we got any, none being procurable for love or money. These I took to the police camp and shared with my friends. I had to do my own washing and mending, a good deal of it too, my stock of clothing being limited, and the wear and tear being very great. One had to be extra particular as regards personal cleanliness in those days, for sleeping in all sorts of places and with all sorts of persons, one was apt to get more than he bargained for, in the shape of pediculus, humanus corporis. As to sleeping accommodation, I was fairly well off when at the Grey, but when on the move I had to sleep on the damp ground, a sack under me and my fly-bone blankets about me. I always slept in my clothes, boots, hat, and all. The saddle-bags, containing gold dust, gold and silver coin, under my head for a pillow, the notes about my person inside my Crimean shirt, my revolver by my side. Oftentimes I have slept on the beach, on the log, just above high water mark. I chose this airy situation to escape those pests, the sandflies, mosquitoes, and bush rats. For the first month I had no horse, and had to do my journeys on foot, carrying a pair of saddlebags on my shoulder. On the up journey it was comparatively easy work, but on the return trip, with 500 or 600 ounces of gold dust, it was no joke. Such a road too. The first 10 miles beach travelling, then inland through dense bush with only a bridle track, almost impassable in wet weather. It would have been the easiest thing in the world for a man to have popped me off from behind a tree and dragged my body into the bush, where the chances are it would never have been discovered, and gone off with the treasure. Fortunately for me, the attempt was never made. Rivers had to be crossed in canoes and creeks on foot, in places waist deep. When I got a horse, my journey then on leaving the beach was up the river beds. On the Greenstone trip, the Terimako had to be crossed no less than 4 times. The first and second fords were the worst, the bottom being very rough with large and slippery boulders and a strong current. The second ford was the most dangerous, the river being 10 feet deep in the middle for 10 or 12 yards, necessitating a swim. Each time I came to this ford, I looked at the opposite bank and wondered if I would be fortunate enough to reach it. My horse, good little Nobby, evidently knew the danger as well as his master. As we reached the ford, he would cock his ears and carefully feel his way until he found the water over his back. Then he would put forth his utmost strength, I keeping a gentle pressure on the rein and his head well upstream, until he regained his foothold. Poor little Nobby! He was a good and faithful servant. When I gave over my perilous journeys, he was sold to a butcher, and came to an untimely end, being killed by falling down a digger's shaft. End of chapter 26. In chapter 27 of Banking Under Difficulties by George Ogilvy Preshaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. Chapter 27. In May 1870, Thatcher,
the well-known comic singer, paid a visit to Hokitika. His local songs, in which he brought in the names of most of the residents, were a great draw. He was particularly severe on a well-known Knight of the Hammer, who waited his time and had his revenge. The following extract is from the Tomahawk, a Saturday journal of criticism, commentary, and satire. But here another individual of extraordinary talents becomes interwoven with the thread of our narrative, and must share our consideration, being an offspring of Momus, and one of those mirth-provoking creatures that would never allow an opportunity to slip of raising a laugh, and sometimes the wind, at another's expense. This genius was a musician of the Fal Tolde Riddle school, exquisitely clever on the Jew's harp, and assisted by a very unfortunate man, who would convulse his audience by vocal and instrumental sketches of our local celebrities, amongst whom was our worthy knight, who came in for his share. So continuous was this satire, often provoked, that a spirit of revenge was fired within his hitherto placid bosom. With the assistance of one who promised to see him through it, and a few more kindred spirits who had become immortalized by this comic minstrelsy, he resolved to repay these jokes and jibes with interest. And as this Terpsichorean was about to leave us to our original sober sadness, it was thought a fitting opportunity to carry this plot into execution. A handsome spread was prepared and laid out in compliment to the departing guest, and with him also were invited a large company of the élite of Hokitika, with the ostensible purpose of witnessing the presentation of a gold watch and appendages to the chief musician, whose musical talents had caused a furore in our quiet little town. Let us now contemplate the festive scene. A jovial party, after the toils of business, had assembled to enjoy one of those hilarious meetings that Englishmen so much appreciate. Gaily dressed was the apartment. Flags and flowers, at least of speech, were abundant. The viands were choice, whilst the wines, as they sparkled in the uplifted glasses, imparted an unusual glow to the countenances of the guests, animated, as they were, by the hearty merriment of the busy scene. The royal toast of Britons having been duly honoured, became the duty of the President to propose the health of this honoured guest. Bumpers were insisted on and drained with the utmost enthusiasm. The gift for presentation had all this while laid encased in front of the chairman, who now arose, and in a dignified and courteous speech deprecated his inability to do justice to the occasion, but desired this highly honoured individual to accept this small token of esteem, as a slight proof of the value at which they rated his flight of genius. Unopened, he received the proffered gift, with sundry protestations of gratitude for the unexpected tribute to his humble abilities, and declared that he would preserve it as a memorial of the kindness and support he had so abundantly received. Retiring to his chair, he proposed the health of the present company, when a few satirical remarks and sounds of suppressed laughter caused him to open the splendid jewel case, and to his great horror and surprise he discovered the trick played upon him. The gift was a child's toy, a mere gilt bauble. If the astonishment was great to the disappointed recipient, it was also great to the majority of the company. Only a few knew of the intended treachery, and those few kept their own counsel. Explanations were demanded, but not given, and the wandering minstrel put his toy in his pocket, remarking that it would please his little child as well as himself. Discontent soon became manifest, and the hilarity of the evening having become suddenly suspended, the company broke up, much dissatisfied with the abrupt termination of the evening's amusement. But the hoax was attributed, and it is thought justly, though not then present, to our friend the Knight of the Hammer. Bank clerks stationed on a goldfield do not, as a rule, save money. Their salaries will not allow them to do so. In the first place, on a rush, everything is very rough. They are compelled through the force of circumstances to live at a hotel, so-called. The billiard room is the only place of resort. A game of billiards is indulged in, first for the love of the thing, then for drinks for the good of the house. By and by he is induced to try his hand at pool. One thing leads to another, until he finds that his small salary is insufficient for his wants.
Getting into arrears, he borrows money at a high rate of interest, and, gradually sinking deeper into debt, till in order to pay his debts of honour, he borrows some of the bank's money, no doubt intending to return it, when some day he is pounced upon unexpectedly by his manager or inspector. His cash is found short, he is dismissed from the service, or taken up on the charge of embezzlement and sentenced to a term of imprisonment. But there is an exception to this, as to every other rule. On the West Coast there lived a bank clerk who arrived at a time when things were very rough, and when fully half his income would have gone in board alone had he lived at an hotel. This he determined not to do. How was he to manage? Where could he go? He soon solved the problem, overcoming the difficulty in this way. He purchased a 1/4 acre allotment in a back street, which was swampy, heavily timbered, in fact a most inhospitable-looking spot. On this he erected a 1-room cottage, in which he lived for several years. I did not make his acquaintance until he was leaving Hokitika, when I purchased his house and ground from him. When I went up to inspect it, I had a long chat with him. The cottage I found to be 10 feet by 14 feet. Facing the street was a door, a window on each side. These were pasted over with newspapers, which served the place of blinds. On the left as you entered was a fireplace, which was full of pots and pans. Over the fireplace was an oil painting of some relative of his, and other pictures, extracts of newspapers, and, what struck me as strange, several pieces about misers. In the centre of the room was an apology for a bedstead. This, he showed me, it was nothing but palings, no mattress, and very few blankets. Under the bed was a stock of potatoes and onions. At the right of the fireplace a large box containing a really valuable lot of books. Under one window a small table covered with odds and ends. Cords were stretched from one corner of the room to the other, on which were hanging coats, trousers, and all sorts of wearing apparel. Close to the back door, an iron tub and a sponge. Altogether as nice a litter as one could wish to see. He noticed me eyeing the place and said, "It's never been cleaned out since I came here." He then proceeded to give me his reason for living in this style. "When I arrived here," he said, "I found everything so dear. No place for a young fellow to live but at a public house, so I resolved to get a place of my own. Had no friends, and was determined to live sparingly and save sufficient money, so that if anything happened to me I would have something to fall back on. I built the house, fenced the ground, which I have trenched in places 10 or 12 feet deep, cut down the trees, which have kept me in firewood. All my spare time has been spent on the ground. I worked at it from daylight till breakfast, then I changed my clothes and went to the bank. As soon as my duties for the day were over, I would buy sufficient meat for tea and come home, changing my clothes and to work again. If it was raining, I would not get wet by degrees, but take a header into the creek, then work away until dark. When I came in, I would take off my wet clothes, have a sponge bath, and then take my tea. I knew no one and went nowhere. I've been here for 6 years, have got the ground into the order in which you see it, and I'm very sorry to part with it. I've gained my point. I was determined to save £1,000, and I've done it. My living has not cost me on an average more than 7 shillings 6pence per week." I was very much interested in this young man's story, in telling which he omitted to state that although living sparingly, grudging himself every pleasure in endeavouring to gain his object, he never turned a deaf ear to those in need of charity. Several instances came under my notice, when he was asked to subscribe to this charity or that, and in the most unostentatious manner put his name down for £1, £2, or £5, as the case may be, at the same time tendering his cheque for the amount. It may give some amusement to my readers to give a real, genuine love letter which was passed from a would-be Benedict to a smiling Hebe. The first, an active man of about 4 feet 9 inches or 10 inches, weighing about 7 stone, to the second, who was a gay, buxom lass of 5 feet 8 inches, and stout in proportion, weighing at least 12 stone. The damsel did not wish to treat the offer lightly, but showed the epistle to her employer, who laughed at it. The original is now in my possession, and reads as follows. West Coast, Hokitika, the 2 of June, 1870. 1. Miss Julie, I now take up my pen to write you an interesting letter,
and I hope this interesting letter will find you, dearest Julie, in good health. Thanks to be thy Lord for his goodness. Miss Julie, I must give you to understand that I have been informed that you are a single young woman, and you are willing to take an husband in marriage. Miss Julie, I must give you to understand that I am a single young man, and I also must give you to understand that I intend for to settle down upon a piece of land near Hokitika and get married. So that, dearest Julie, I want you to let me know if you will consent to be my bride and get married to me, Miss Julie. And as I must give you to understand that I am going to the hotel to get answer from Mr. Hungerford about his ground and house. And I also must give you to understand, Miss Julie, that if Mr. Hungerford will not consent to agree to sell me his 20 acres of land and house 4 miles from Hokitika upon they same purchasing terms and conditions, as I must give you to know, Miss Julie, from me, that there is a gentleman in Hokitika who has offered to sell the 20 to 25 acres of land 4 miles from Hokitika upon they same purchasing terms and conditions, that I cannot let you know any more about they land till I see Mr. Hungerford. So, Miss Julie, I must give you to understand that you will never get a better match than George Ross Holmes for to join in matrimony with, as I must give you to know that I am sober steady young man. I must give you, Miss Julie, to know, Miss Julie, also that I am a native of Ireland, and also a Roman Catholic. And I must give you also to know, Miss Julie, that I am from the country Limerick in Ireland. Miss Julie, I thus give you to know I can turn my hand to any kind of work, as I am jack of all trades, and master of one. Miss Julie, I must give you to know that I am by trade a practical gardener. I must conclude, as I have no more room. X. Miss Julie, as I do not know your other name, I must also give you to know that I understand how to shear. Also can drive. Seven horses in American wagon. I also can drive 8 working bullocks a dray. I can also plough up ground with horses. I can also build and save corn. Also can build up stacks of corn and then thatch them, and also can build sod houses and thatch them, and can also plaster all kinds of houses with lime plaster and cob plaster inside their houses or outside their houses. I also understand gold mining. Full stop. Miss Julie, I must give you to know from me that there is a young woman in Christchurch has offered to put £70 in my hand a week before getting married, if I will consent to become dear husband and get married to her. So, Miss Julie, if you do not consent to get married to me and become my bride, Miss Julie, I must give you to know that I will write to that young woman in Christchurch for to come up to me. I must give you to know, Miss Julie, that you ought to strike thy iron while it is hot, as a bird hand is worth 2 in thy bush. As it is not very day, Miss Julie, you will get a good mate in marriage like Mr. George Ross Holmes. So now good-bye, my dear, for the present. End of chapter 27. In chapter 28 of Banking Under Difficulties by George Ogilvy Preshaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. Chapter 28. Early Hokitika was situated on a sandy beach, overgrown with pine trees and undergrowth, through which it was scarcely possible to penetrate. Streets were gradually laid out and formed. A municipal corporation was soon established. Then streets were slowly improved, and now the corporation possesses many miles of well-made, clean, healthy streets. All the houses are built of wood, covered with iron, and consequently the whole town in the densely built parts is liable to destruction by fire. One such calamity occurred in 1869 through the careless use of kerosene, and a big gap was made in Revel Street. Much genuine sympathy was felt for the sufferers, and the handsome sum of about £900 was collected and distributed to the principal sufferers who had lost their means of earning a livelihood. At one time nearly 200 public houses could be counted in Revel Street from the wharf to the Montezuma, a distance scarcely exceeding a mile in length. I suppose almost everyone who applied for a license to retail wines and spirits got it, as the fees were useful to the corporation.
The corporation deserved credit for the administration of the rates. The money was well laid out, and the town has creditable streets to show for the expenditure. The treatment of criminals can also be favourably noticed. Able-bodied prisoners are employed in useful works of road-making and police improvements, and the value of each working prisoner's labour is set down against the expense of the prison establishment, and reckoned to be worth, on an average, about 2 shillings per diem. Their diet is regulated in some degree according to their work, and those that work and behave themselves are well treated and get good food. Among other useful pieces of work, they cleared the ground for a fine rifle range of 800 yards, leaving the original trees on each side standing, so that volunteers can practice whichever way the wind blows. In course of time, dwelling houses were built. At first, every man slept in a tent or at an hotel, and then little patches of gardens were formed, some for flowers, and others for the purpose of growing vegetables, at first scarce and dear. Some planted potatoes. Those on a terrace some distance back from the river and at a much higher elevation when they dug up their crops, dug up fish at the same time. A species of mudfish, Neochana apoda, which seems to burrow underground and leads a very retiring life. The pleasant villas and pretty flower gardens now to be found along Gibson's Quay fronting the river will do credit to a town of greater pretensions. Not only the streets of the town, but outlying districts are now connected, and buggies and conveyances can be driven considerable distances. To supply building materials, sawmills were erected. These to get suitable trees for cutting up and to make way into the bush, with wooden tramways to bear in the logs. The tramways opened clearings into the forest, and helped to prepare the ground near at hand for building purposes, and thus the town went eastward, because on the west it is bound by the sandy sea beach. I have already alluded to the discipline and order of the police force, and it may not be out of place to state that much of the credit of this was due to the efficiency and personal character of the first inspector, Mr. Thomas Brougham. The survivor of the Mongatapu murderers, the notorious Joseph Sullivan, acknowledged that the rest of the gang had to leave the coast, Mr. Brougham having made it too hot for them. But while complimenting the police and their inspector, it must be acknowledged that, generally speaking, a harder-working or more honest population it would be difficult to find. Nay, most of them were warm-hearted and unselfish. Witness the establishment of an efficient hospital, the claim of admission to which was only that a person was sick and required medical attendance. No doubt at times this worthy institution was imposed upon, but in innumerable instances the services rendered were invaluable. In 1865, when people from all parts flocked to Hokitika, and when all the population were housed in canvas tents, there were no roads or streets. The climate was considered severe, and many wanted in health for want of vegetables and proper food. But now that moderately comfortable houses have been built, and plentiful supplies of fresh meat and vegetables can be obtained, the climate is found to be extremely mild and equable. No doubt the rainfall is heavy, 120 inches per annum, but the rosy looks of the children running about the streets bring back earlier associations with Great Britain than a like comparison with the youth of any other colony in the southern hemisphere. From March 1865 to the end of 1869, the total yield of gold exported from the whole of the west coast to the middle island of New Zealand amounted to 1,719,749 ounces. Declared value, 6,878,996 pounds. Or if the parcels that were known to have been surreptitiously shipped without paying duty be added, the totals may be set down as 1,750,000 ounces of the value of 7 million pounds sterling, to a fluctuating population of about 10,000, and at one time about 50,000 at the most. The effect of so much wealth so suddenly acquired produced similar results as at the older goldfields of Victoria and New South Wales. Much of it was recklessly squandered in public houses, in dissipation and gambling, while many carefully hoarded their savings and were able to lay the foundations of future prosperity. There may be seen many who began with no capital save their own intelligence and forethought, who are now thriving citizens, respected for their industry and integrity, and who well deserve the success their early efforts have secured. Suburban and country lands have been cultivated with encouraging results. Much capital has been expended in hydraulic works of considerable magnitude, which have given remunerative returns to their proprietors. Flumes and water races many miles in length have been constructed, sometimes tunnelled through hills, and then carried for great distances across gullies and high trees to bring the hose to play on the auriferous dirt to enable the operator to recover the minute specks of precious metal. After the year 1869, the yield of gold decreased, and many of the diggers migrated to other fields. But the results of finding gold remain. The resources of the country are, to a moderate extent, developed, and an impetus given to future prosperity. In concluding my remarks on the progress of Hokitika and the West Coast generally, I shall briefly enumerate a few of the leading incidents that have occurred since the wild and apparently inhospitable shore was first invaded by bands of stalwart diggers. At first, tents were pitched on the beach, just above high water mark, amidst heaps of decayed trees, roots, and stumps, torn up by spates, washed out to sea and tossed about in the tumbling surf until they had assumed all sorts of fantastic shapes. The site of the seaward part of the town was covered by masses of driftwood. Then officials arrived from Canterbury, and the question how to keep the bar clear was a puzzle to engineers, not settled even at this day. Groins and wing dams were constructed at considerable expense, and a line of wharfs on the river bank called Gibson's Quay was built, at which schooners and steam vessels of light draught could be berthed. A municipal council was incorporated which did good service. The first mayor, Mr. J. A. Bonnard, efficiently and gracefully filled that position when Sir George Grey, then the governor, visited the coast in 1867, and whom the citizens entertained at a banquet in the Theatre Royal. Mr. Bonnard has since worthily and energetically discharged various offices of the highest trust and importance, and still retains the confidence of the inhabitants. In the early days of the occupation of the coast, when business was brisk and vessels were crowding to the port, I have seen many wrecks strewn along the beach. As soon as a vessel touches the bottom, the rolling surf beats it up high and dry. By means of expensive appliances, most of those ships which were strong and well formed were raised on ways and launched into the river when the tide was favourable. The squatters and farmers of Canterbury, being anxious for a market for their stock, pressed their government for a road to be made to the west coast, whither they could drive their fat cattle and surplus sheep. This road stands as a feat of engineering skill. On many of the passes through the mountains, the first surveyors and assistants had to be lowered and raised by ropes over perpendicular precipices, its cost exceeding £1,000,000 since it was first undertaken. The road was finished, and owing to the clamour for self-government, Westland was declared a county, with all the offices and paraphernalia of a little parliament. But self-government is a toy the people have almost got tired of playing with. The form has been altered several times, yet I am not sure that it gives even a reasonable amount of satisfaction. Since the Vogel government borrowed so liberally in the English market, many little pickings have come to Westland. Country roads, hitherto impassable, have been laid out and substantially constructed, and water races and harbour improvements have been made of a permanent character. Friendly benefit societies have been formed of the different orders that prevail in other colonies. These are in a thriving condition, and are well and liberally supported. 2 tramways started from the west end of the town, both now unused, since the public roads were practicable for drays and horse traffic. Before the tramways were in operation, long strings of pack horses used to be the means of transporting supplies to the outlying districts. In the suburbs, pretty drives and shady walks are to be found. The trees are interlaced with climbing plants of great variety, and the undergrowth of mosses and exquisite ferns of singular grace and beauty. A person who is sure-footed enough to walk along a single wooden rail of, say, 3 inches wide, belonging to one of the sawmills, could penetrate to places in the forest full of charming interest that would well repay a walk. A walk along the sea beach is also enjoyable, and sometimes creatures of rare forms are thrown up at high water out of reach of the returning tide. At one time, a whale 56 feet long and 12 feet broad at the extension of the tail was found. A kangaroo fish, about 18 inches long, with legs and webbed feet like a frog, was found near the embouchure of the Terramako. Frost fish, hiku, of the Maoris, Lepidopus candatus, is esteemed the most delicious fish in New Zealand. These are sometimes found, but only on frosty mornings. It must be recalled that mails were carried along the beach to Greymouth when the tide was out, and the coach traversed the ground twice a day. Although the area of the country is considerable, there is only available a very insignificant portion fit for reclamation for agricultural pursuits. Yet energetic individuals struggle along under very trying difficulties. An exhibition of works of art, etc., was held in 1872, and showed a surplus after clearing all expenses. A second one was held at Christmas, 1873, which turned out a great success, the surplus fund being devoted to the establishment of a mineralogical museum. From public and private subscriptions, various prizes and medals were awarded to the successful exhibitors. The exhibits consisted of oil paintings, drawings, watercolours, photographs, curios, ladies' industrial, floricultural, horticultural, dairy produce, poultry, miscellaneous, including manufactures of bricks, leather, soap, ales, etc. Religious ordinances were soon observed. In the early part of 1866, the first minister arrived. He was a Roman Catholic priest who held service in a building adjoining the bank. Then ministers of other denominations, including the Bishop of Christchurch, who travelled overland and held service in the Corinthian Hall, followed. They were usually hard-working, devoted disciples of Christ, and were much esteemed for their zeal and untiring industry. There are now churches and chapels to satisfy the wants of the different creeds. There are also now efficient, well-conducted schools, where the young are fairly taught all the ordinary elements of education. Coal is found all along the coast. It is advantageously worked from the Buller to the Grey. Southwards, indications of coal are found, but they have not been turned to account yet. The coal turned out at the Grey is good for gas, as well as fuel and gas companies have been established at Greymouth and Hokitika, both paying satisfactory dividends. The country towards the Great Backbone, or Dividing Range, abounds in various mineral ores, which, when the country is better opened up, are likely to yield remunerative returns to enterprising adventurers. It should be borne in mind that the establishment of bank branches afforded to the diggers and business people settled along the different townships of the coast very tangible advantages. The diggers received full value for every ounce of gold they produced, and the traders had their cash and securities safely kept and ready at call when required. It is not too much to claim a small share of credit for the good management of banks which prevailed on the west coast. No encouragement was given to undue speculation, and each man's financial abilities were dealt with on their merits, and consequently business flowed and receded with quiet equanimity, and few failures of any magnitude occurred. As a rule, the bankers secured the goodwill and respect of the community. And now, my dear reader, I must say farewell. I trust you have realized the promises of my preface. I have nothing extenuated, nor have I set down aught in malice. On reperusing my diaries, I seem to live over again the life therein depicted. Past times are brought before me in panoramic succession, times that have left ineffaceable traces, I trust, of good on myself, my compeers, and on this my adopted country. With the expression of this hope I lay down my pen, avowing that at all times I have enjoyed greatly, have suffered greatly, both with those that loved me and alone. End of chapter 28. End of Banking Under Difficulties by George Ogilvy Preshaw.